hitting the dance floor, waiting for that moment.
Resilience.
Kind of dead, yes. Stony, hi. Welcome on in. How's the day going? How's everything? Mm. I am dying. I had to socialize yesterday, and I can't speak today. So that is fine. God damn. Kinda, hi. Welcome on in. That is an early pink. That is an early pink. Oh, I also have like some issues. Obvious. I mean, I have some issues. We know that, but I have more issues than usual today, where I have some of the thing that I'm trying to work on that just don't work at all, and that's just bad. It's just bad. It pisses me off. It shouldn't. It should work. It should do the thing that it's supposed to do the things for. Like that makes sense. Uh, cat, hi. Have. I mean, fun. I don't know, but have time. Oh, I see. I see. I mean, I can't see, but yeah, I see. Uh, I think I'm good. I think I went through the entire thing. God damn, that took a while. Oh, so I'm dead. Good thing that I'm dead. That's fun. That's fun times. Um, as I talked about at the beginning of the week and last week, I had the cursor event yesterday, and I'm not one to go to social events, and I had to speak in a room full of people that were speaking as well, with music in the background, and I'm used to the Japanese way of speaking where we don't really speak loud, and so I had to force myself to speak louder than usual. And now today I have, well, it's better now, but I have had at the beginning of the day the lowest, deepest voice that I had in a long time, just because it's just it hurt. It wasn't good. It wasn't good. The event was nice-ish to an extent. I liked it, but also it's a bit of a weird environment, I would say, right? It's an environment of devs interested in AI, kind of. I mean, not kind of, they are. So it's a different type of crowd, which I was ready for. I was the only-ish designer in the 48, 60 people that came in. So that's something. Um, and yeah, no, it was nice. However, the thing that was nice, and I'm probably gonna switch into a slideshow for a second, knowing where that was. Um, this were where we were. That yeah, that was the office that I was in. So yeah, we were not invited by the browser company. We were invited by Amo, which is, uh, different company, but still the same building, same office, same things. And I didn't really realize until I left. The building is amazing, which is really good, but yeah, that thing was the office, which is pretty nice, and they are looking for a designer, so I applied. And we'll see if that works. I don't know. I don't think so. But yeah, like that's the thing. A lot of people were pretty happy, interested, surprised by what I have achieved with Cursor, which is really good as always. We like this. Like I also turned into a slideshow again because how can I say that? Photos, the photo app on macOS just makes my stream go into a slideshow, which is appreciated. But um, overall, the things for or from today, like these things have been really appreciated so far, and it's nice to have like some feedback on it as always. But I mean, I'm gonna sound ungrateful. Bear with me. It's gonna be okay. It's gonna be fine. You're gonna survive. It's gonna be okay. But uh, I like receiving like good compliments and good feedback on the app, but also that doesn't bring me anything. Like the positive parts of what the app is don't help in the slightest. Like they just tell me, yes, I had a good idea, cool. That yeah, but what else do you need? What do you want to see? What could be improved upon? What and so on. So that's obviously at first glance it looks nice. People like it. People like the navigation, as everyone does, and yeah. But yeah, it's a bit of a weird thing. But today was the addition or the suppression of the card that is at the top right here, not the overall performance, but like the one that was just above. When you don't have a subscription, you have enhanced analytics that are displayed at the top. And so I decided to say, well, if you are paying, if you have a subscription, I'm gonna remove that thing because it's useless, and I'm gonna display the most amount of data that I can in the preview, not in the preview, like in the view. That makes sense for you. So basically, for hiragana and katakana, we are the same thing as usual. That doesn't change. Same thing for radicals, and then for kanjis, we just basically have uh, a ton more data in there. And today was this card specifically. I'm really in the red in kanjis because I'm practicing on my N4, which I'm really bad at it. But yeah, I switched the look of it. It used to be some sort of a circular, like kind of ring, growing ring situation. I don't like it. I didn't like it, and so this is a bit better. It's still not good. Something is missing, and I think it's mainly an organization thing. I'm gonna zoom in a second when I'm going to Xcode because it makes more sense to zoom in. But yeah, that's the thing. And the thing that is pissing me off, and the reason why my day is not so good, is this card right here, the bottom one at the far bottom. If you pay attention, also you can't. I know it's so tiny, just like me, the chart that is at the top is telling me that I have 140 kanjis that I have mastered, that have the status of mastered. The green card that is at the bottom right here is telling me that I have zero. So that card at the bottom is missing 140 records that are recorded as mastered, and I don't get it because the chart is giving me the right data and the kanji progress is giving me the right data as well. So I don't get it. I don't get it. I've been looking into it. I can't find the reason why that happens. So I did a deep search, and now I have a bit of a better understanding, which is expected of me. I have tracking of progress in 4 different places. And therefore, the one that I'm using is supposed to be used for something else and not the correct one. Yeah, I'm a mess. That's what I'm gonna say. So this is really bad. Morton, hi, welcome in. Congrats on the streak. Congrats on the streak. And yeah, like that's the thing. It's working. The thing that is also kind of much better here is that this is. I don't know. I think it looks nice, but I also don't like it. I also think that you can't see shit right here. Let me, do that instead. I feel like since this has been fixed, I can do that. Let me not inception myself too much. Bitch. Thank you. So basically, what happens in these is that we have the progress per card that is in a vertical manner instead of having it in a circular manner. So I think it's working. There is a bit of a contrast ratio issue with the green, and I wish I could change that. I might have to change green for teal just for this, but it's also kind of not good. Round, hi, welcome back. Welcome on in. How's the day going? But yeah, these are cute. I feel like they are okay. And the thing that I'm feeling would be better or might be better or could be better is the 43 total attempts could be the subline, like underneath character reading. So I have the numbers at the top, but also I don't know. I'm unsure. Um, and then they look like eyes, like dotted eye every time. And I don't know how I feel about this. I think it's fine, but yeah, again, I will have to figure that out. The main reason why I don't like it that much is because the words section has four entries, and the kanji section has only three. So we can't really have a grid like we have underneath with the four. Like that's not really an option unless I'm splitting uh, the reading section because the reading you have Onyomin and Kunyomin to read like the Chinese reading and the Japanese reading of the characters that could be split. But also, it makes no sense because it's the same type of questions. I don't know, and I'll figure it out as always. But there is something that is pissing me off, and I don't know what it is just yet, other than the layout and that thing on the side. So we'll see. But yeah, that's the situation. Again, I was willing and hoping that I could have this delivered to you as the user soon, and apparently I can't because data is not good. Like that, that is wrong, and that is bad. Also, I do understand that because I'm testing, I'm not really paying attention to most of the things. Uh, but yeah, it's already on Android. Um, it is there. That's the beauty of it. It's already available, and the analytics are going to be on Android at some point when I have basically when I finish the iOS version, I can then port that into Kotlin. Uh, but before that, it's going to be a bit complicated. But that's the app is already on Android. It has, however, some conjugation issues and some mistypes. I made some mistakes in the Japanese conjugations, but it exists. It's there. It is there. That is the reason I have an Android phone. I mean, I have two Android phones on my desk because we have these things right about here. It's there. I mean, you can't see much, but yeah. Most of the things are already in the Android version, and they work to an extent. But yeah, you know, we can have things. We can have things. But yeah, so that's the today thing, and yeah. No, I write it in Swift inside of Cursor, and then when I'm done with it, I'm basically when I have everything that is set up and organized and working and I know exactly where things are and how things are supposed to work, I'm going into the folder that is supposed to be taken apart. So let's say I'm working right now, I'm working on the analytics. So that folder right here, view models analytics, for example, is going to be what I'm going to use, and I'm going to ask whatever AI I'm using to say, well, can you condense this into some sort of a PRD, like a project requirements document that will uh, help me like port that to Kotlin for my Android devs, which is the same AI, but it happens. And I do that. I have like an MD file, Markdown file that helps me having like the entire PRD, and then I'm opening the Kotlin version of the project, and then I'm building that into Android Studio instead of building it into Xcode. That's basically how it works. So from here, for example, if I mean, kind of detailed screen is not going to be really useful for us right now. Also, I'm expecting to have like a lot of brain updates to do. I haven't opened this thing in like 3 months. So yeah, that's not. What do you mean no? I don't know what's the last version that has been updated here. Um, I hate React, so yes, I have considered it for like a second and a half, and then I said, fuck it, no, never. That's yeah. I don't like the syntax. So basically, the thing that happens is uh, I can't read it. My brain doesn't allow me to read JavaScript in general. Like it has a very, very, very hard time um, to to understand what is on the screen compared to Kotlin or SwiftUI, which to me, again, like this is a me thing, but um, to me they are way easier to understand when I'm reading the things. It's it's a syntax situation, and it's a very dumb situation, to be honest. And then I'm also certain that if I had started with React Native instead, I would have been like happy with it by now because I've been working on these things for a while. But nonetheless, like these way of explaining like text has a string source, it has a very specific style, it has a font weight, it has a color. The way that it's written makes a lot more sense than having to navigate between React and CSS and CSS and React and all the things. So that's the main reason. I I did the entire lol. I did the entire um that's the name, I think. Um that's not the name. Not this one, but kind of this one. I did the entire JavaScript course for this thing, which apparently just doesn't want to fucking give me whatever the fuck I need right now. God damn. So yeah, the JavaScript course I did that. The Swift UI course I kind of tried, and then I need to pay to go further, so I stopped. Um, and I just don't like it. I wouldn't say that Cursor is optimized for React. I think Cursor is optimized for whatever the fuck you want. And if you give it the correct documentation or the current links of things, you would get the output that you are looking for overall. So to me, not really a very important thing, nonetheless. But yeah, like I did this as well, the free code camp. I did this entire thing. Um, And it's eh. Yeah, I stopped at ES6 because I was like, yeah, well, that I don't really care, and I should have continued, but also, hey, syntax doesn't work for me, so that's the main thing. Um, and right now I'm way faster into not this, god damn it, into ensuring that I have like a good understanding of what I'm doing when I'm in here. And even though it is easier for me to go into Xcode and change things through like Xcode directly to just see how it's highlighted, syntax highlighted, how it's reacts directly inside of the preview and so on. I can do that as well on cursor without having the preview on the side and so on. So like at the end of the day, it's a preference type of situation where I'm better with this, and because they are both the same, kinda. Uh, that works for me. Like for example, the card is going to be my container um, in Xcode or in SwiftUI, and so I define my container at the top, and I define the modifier of my container at the top in Kotlin. Whereas in Xcode, I have my container here, for example, and I define the modifier at the bottom to make sure that the the elements that I want to have are underneath it. They are like added after. It's basically the same thing as CSS. The order of things in your CSS file kind of matter. So, like that's the thing. It works. But that's about it. Like that's the main reason. It both of these things work. I spend the same amount of time to fucking figure out the navigation. Obviously, I'm running it through the preview, so that's really bad. But yeah, the Android version works, the iOS version works. Um, Everything that is in there is working as intended. Uh, I have things that are like limited in Android just because I don't have the options. Let's say I'm going into Meter because Meter makes sense. This word entry element, if it just opens, we have the conjugation section, and that conjugation section is not as cute as the iOS version, and specifically it has some issues with this one. This is nake deba naranai, and I just made a mistake at typing ki instead of ke for some reason. So I need to change that, but you know, work. So that's the thing. It's a bit annoying. I would say it's a bit annoying to have uh, differences in between Android and iOS, but eh, I would rather be in as native as possible, just because it makes more sense to my head, which makes absolutely no sense to anyone else, right? That I know that, but just for myself, it seems like if I go native and the language that is supported by the OS by default, there is no translation layer, there is no recompilation layer, there is nothing that can't be done. Like if something is achievable by the system, then the native language can do it as well. Whereas something like, I don't know, React or Flutter or whatever other thing that exists might have to find a workaround to create something that is native, but like they need to implement that in the latest version, and that takes a bit longer than the native. Like again, iOS 26 is not out yet, and I already have access to it. The Android 16 is not out yet, but I also have access to it through some of these things. So like that's the type of reasoning that I had in the beginning to say, well, would be better to go native instead of combine. But I do recognize the fact that yeah, it would have been much easier for me to not work twice. Yes, I know, I know. It would have been better. Would have been much better. Hey, at the end of the day, it's done. So there. Maybe at some point. Again, I'm not against it. I wouldn't say soon, but I'm not against the fact that it could, if at some point I need to have um, the progress you've made on your Android phone can be reflected on your iPad, right? It would make more sense to have like a common database, a common or common code language thing so that they work together seamlessly. That is not something that I care about much just yet, because I do think that an iPhone person probably doesn't have like an Android tablet, right? That's probably never going to happen. And an Android person might have an iPad, but it's rare. And usually, when you have an iPhone, you have an iPad, you probably have a Mac as well. So it makes sense to have like ecosystem on both sides. But yeah, again, I'm not against scrapping what I currently have for something that is better if I can like combine the user base and the progress and so on. But that would imply like a lot of changes and a lot of migration that I'm not necessarily willing to do. Not just yet. I think it would, in my head right now, in order to migrate the entire app to a new language, it would mean create like a migration version of the app, something that is, uh, let's say, a 1.8. We are at 1.2 right now. But let's say 1.8, which is like way before turning into 2.0. And then that 1.8 is basically just a migration to combine the database so that every user will have at least one sync to save their progress. And then once that is done, and I know that 99% of my user base has been migrated to 1.8 automatically, then I'm sending a 2.0 that contains the new database and then that uses that new thing. But that seems like a lot of work. It is a lot of work. And I don't know if I have the skills. I don't. And the patience, maybe. The resilience, yes. But the patience, I don't know. But yes, that's the main reason. That is the main reason. I think you asked last time, or maybe it was not you. I forgot. Someone asked if I was experimenting with liquid glass. I haven't yet. Haven't really done that. And there are some things that just don't make sense either. But you know, happens. But yet today was kind of annoying for the data related content. That's just, I don't get it. Mm. You know what? I'm gonna take your word for it because I don't know exactly how it works. So probably that is the truth. I don't know. Yeah. I mean, I'm guessing you're talking about these things, the state objects and all environment objects and so on that are right uh, annotative, kinda, I think. But yeah, because I don't know what they are, I'm gonna trust you on that. That that's the thing. I don't know. Uh, it it has been a bit confusing in the beginning. It still is, to be honest. And it's also a bit of a, to me, a bit of a waste of time. But compared to what I have here, it's not. Like, I'm gonna see if I have the same thing here than the one that I'm complaining about every time. Um, this makes no sense to me on Kotlin. As in, the fact that if you need a fucking button, you need to import the button. The fact that you need to import the foundation layout as a thing that needs to be imported at the top of your file to ensure that you can have a layout in your file. That makes no sense to me. Like the logic of SwiftUI having, oh, you need something specific here, like you need StoreKit right here, then yes, you import that because that's something that is not like native and default. But that that makes no sense. This one is a tiny one, which I have other things that have like 50 import at the top, like this one. This one has exactly 55. It makes no sense. Like, I understand, and you're not the first one to say that it's because it's written on top of Java, and that's the reasoning. But the fact that you have to import the navigation, eh, import the screens, what the fuck? Like, to me, these are like system level elements that should just be in that one, in that Android OS bundle import, and that's it. Like, you have everything that is bundled in Android. Or even better, if that's not the case, having the import of my Material 3, bitch. Material 3 makes a lot of sense because you are gonna use Material 3, and therefore that's the thing that you're gonna use most of the time, and then it just imports everything that is related to it, which is supposed to be like the fucking star at the end. But no. So yeah, that makes no sense to me. But you're right. It's just eh. At the end of the day, if it works, it works. That's where we are, and right now it doesn't. So that's the sad part. Um, that's interesting. But I also feel like it's the same. I feel like Kotlin Jetpack Compose, which is the one version that I'm using because it's the closest to SwiftUI and the easiest to port because they are basically the same syntax, kind of have global system level imports, but then for some things it still needs like dedicated imports for like a font, for like a color, a UI element. So that's the thing. That is the thing. But yeah, I do like native for the reason of it makes more sense to my head, and my head makes no sense. So that's the reason. Uh, and again, today was on this thing to ensure that I have as many thing as possible um, to showcase in work, and it's been a mess. Like these things are a bit too abstract, not too abstract, but a bit too abstract for me to just say, well, that makes sense. Um, and so the state management and the component usage and the way that you are supposed to have your elements with your properties and parameters doesn't work as exactly as my brain work. But also since I started, not really, since I watched not this, not Charlie, since I watched it's not on my homepage. This thing, where you at? This thing. I'm halfway through. So since I started watching this Shonen tutorial of everything, like I'm 6 hours in right now, uh, on really explaining and doing some tutorials, but like mostly for me, it's just watching and not doing it at the same time. Not because I don't need to, but I also don't need to. I explained that before. You have not been here long enough to know that. But it doesn't matter right now. But yeah, I'm just looking at how the syntax works and how he does things, which helps a lot. And the um, state management were around here, and they were pretty simple to understand when you are in the simplicity minimalistic version of the app that was built around here. So, like it kind of makes sense, but it's also like kind of weird. And on top of that, the course itself is on Android 14. Yes, 14. So at the end of the creation of an app, every time he has a short video about what's new on Android 15, and then after that there is a what's new on Android 16 because it has been updated kind of thing. So the syntax kind of change at times. So you're learning something here that is not necessarily true, and then it's refactored later. So, but it's good. I mean, to me, it's really good content. And obviously, I am biased, but you know, like if you're interested in Swift UI, I would highly recommend showing content most of the time. Welcome back, Kane. So yes, that's a overall uh, pretty good thing and pretty simple. The thing that is built, like right now, the app in question is this. Um, bitch, log in. That's the app that is currently built, and so I would say I hate doing screen poses every time I'm just giving him like the biggest face, whatever. Uh, I would say the thing that is good for me right now is that when I'm looking at this view, and I did that when I started to watch the video, before he said anything, I was like, okay, so this is a navigation container that makes sense. In there, we have a list or a for each, based on the fact that there is like a divider that I can see here, which is really, really faint. That's probably a list. And then for the list, we have, which is basically a for each, but Swift UI, we have an element that is reused that contain a let image, let title, let price. And the price is going to be an integer, and that makes sense. So the fact that I have this in my head already and that I can build it in my head is good to an extent. The thing that I don't have is the navigation system and how to ensure that this is working properly, but also because these apps are extremely um, simple. Like specifically, I would say the first one that we have in that course is you know what? Bitch. Thank you. Uh, the first app that we have made is the weather app, which is like, again, sorry for the face. Happens every time. Which is very, very simple. And same thing. Like I saw that the first time, I was like, yeah, so that's just a fucking V stack with an H stack there with like, because it's the first thing, I thought he would probably duplicate the element, but in my head, that would be a component. Like it makes more sense to make that a component and have an enum or whatever API data from the weather API from Apple to gather like the days and everything. So visually building that, no issues. Technically building that, no, I'm not there yet. So yeah, I would say that's the good thing. Like the overall understanding of how to get like your state management, to get your properties I don't know if it's the same as TypeScript. I feel like it is because some LLMs have an issue with Swift and they recognize it as TypeScript. So, that's a thing at times. Um, but yeah, it's simple. It is simple. So sure is pretty simple. So I would say that's the main reason, the main uh, output that I have. And yeah, I could make it in a common database, common code base, common thing, and it would make it way easier for me to just go through things. But goddamn, would be hard. Anyways, I have saved some things, but not much for today, to be honest, in the beginning of things that needs to be taking a look on. Um, can I just click on the thing, please? Thank you. I think we stopped like really, really early in that thing compared to last time. I feel like we saw most of it, but as always, I like so many things that sometimes you just get surprised. Yeah, I guess I'm getting surprised. I guess I liked a ton of shit. Yeah, that's where we stopped. So there is this thing that is happening. This is Mark. Mark is doing a lot of audio DAC related elements, and right now this is looking like a knob, but flat, and I don't know how I feel about it. Um, the main reason why I don't know how I feel about it is because the the light makes no sense um, to me. Like that going at plus 100 isn't necessarily how the knob would have worked if your middle point is here. So I don't know. There's something about it that is really weird to me. But I do like the design overall and the simplicity of like the plus and minus buttons or the slow and fast option. I feel like this is a really good representation. This is really nice for Jan, as always, because minimalistic and line-based UI kind of works, and also orange. So, it's a thing. But yeah, kept that for the minimalistic and the half 3D, kind of 3D, not 3D, but still a 3D situation. Um, so yeah, I mean they do look the same. I think the filter is better-ish, but it's also kind of weird because the turntable that I used to have, which was a Yamaha, which has like basically the same pattern in the knob themselves. Um, the dot that is at zero is the red dot that is at the top, and then if you switch it, the numbers are like, I mean, technically there is a dot at the top and there is the numbers on the knob itself. And so if you're switching the things, the the numbers are here and you see them turn to reach the point that you want. So I understand that you are in digital environment and therefore having like a plus 46 makes sense. Otherwise, on the physical one, you would have like a 45 plus something, like an increment of some sort. But yeah, it's just weird. It's representing physical without really representing physical, and that's the thing that is kind of weird to me. But yeah, I like it nonetheless. It's nice. I feel like there is other thing that could have been there to influence the overall like 3D-ness of it. And right now, the only 3D-ness that we have is this, which is not true. Like you wouldn't see past the knob. It would cut right at the edge because it's the edge. You can't see past that. Nonetheless, if I just go into Mark's profile, you will see some of the other things that he's made that are to me like really good. And let's say let's say this one is okay. Like these ones make sense because these knobs, even though they are the same every time, they just, like you've rotated it halfway. That, yeah, that makes sense. You're currently lighting this element right here. Yes, that makes sense. And so that's fine in terms of rendering. And he's made like so many of these that I get it, but I don't get why some of the latest one that he's made is not working as it's supposed to. So yeah, but there is like so many. Like some of the first one that we have discovered or has been shared to make him like become kind of popular on Twitter have been these ones because they are very limited and minimalistic in white, and so dark in white is not necessarily the common theme. Uh, but it's the amount of like details that we have everywhere on these creations that are always really good. So like shit like this, where it's a fingerprint scanner, yes, but when you look closely, you have fingerprints not in the center. It's just like prints all over because people were just not always at the center. So these level of details and attention to details here and there have been really good. It's also really useless, like that. That makes no sense. That is a waste of time. Um, but I get it. Yeah, I get it. You just want to create something that looks cool, and you did, and it worked. But yeah, there has been like so many things that made him like kind of pop in a way because it's just good. But overall, yeah, there are things in there that I'm like, yeah, it's not. I mean, I know that you've been using physical for reference, but it's not right there. It's not good just yet. It's still good. Anyways, that's Mark. Mark is good. Mandrake, hi, welcome in. How are you? How was your week? This one was pretty nice. It's the same thing that I shared last week on Monday and on and on Wednesday, um, which is like an interactive keyboard type of situation where basically because it's Jay, he has made the interactiveness of it more understandable and easier for anyone to really grasp how it's made. And so that's really cute to see like the outcut of the key itself and how it's just blending in, and therefore this is a fucking mask. So you understand that the mask is right there and how the things is behaving and so on. So like that's I think that's fun. I think that's a really good thing, and the animation transition and rendering of it is really always really good. Um, so you know, keeping that in mind as always. We've had this one pop in, and again, this is AI generated images, but I like them. I'm sorry. I like these type of shit because there is like a lot of gradients and rainbow holographic feel to them. These ones a bit less, but this one a lot. And I, I every time that I'm seeing these, and I said that before, I want to know who was the original artist that made these into the prompt. Like, I want to know who was the inspiration for the AI to generate this thing because that way I can then see what they do in real life. Because uh, that's to me that's the most important thing because right now it's just like one person with one ID of stars and cloud and things, but the creators, the original artists, drawer, painter, whatever, may have experimented in other dimensions that are way more interesting than these, and I would love them more. I don't know. Can happen. Can happen. Sure. Hmm. Why am I so slow to read today? I know. That's good, man, Brave. That's that is good news. That's good news. Congrats on making progress. We like that. Like it. This one was really nice. There has been like a lot of minimalistic navigation lately. It has like a bit of an issue, just a smidge. If you look closely, the overall shape, right? They are not used for the dots or the lines or the things. They are like scaled down and redrawn. And I feel like this is a wasted opportunity if they had grown to take their place. I feel like that would have been much better. But nonetheless, it looks kind of if it was the case already. Um, but yeah, this is a very nice navigation. It's like simple, minimalistic, and so on. And the transition itself to just get access to it is pretty nice. The thing that I'm debating here is the accessibility of it. Your thumb doesn't really like that position right here, unless it's on the side of the phone. Like if you are locking your phone, it's going to be fine. But if you are trying to reach that point, it's a tad high. I think if it was around here, that would have been a bit better. But I do understand why, like symmetry and all these things
Hugo
make
K.
sense.
Bernardo just resubscribed for 29 months. Aloha chat, konnichiwa sensei.
Here you go, welcome back. Thanks a lot for the resub, I appreciate it. 29 months is a long time. That is almost a year. That's almost a year. That's a long time. Congrats. God damn. Welcome back. That is long. Appreciate it. So yeah, that's that thing. Also, how was your week? Here you go. That's the question. I didn't. I said it in my head. Not really. Uh, no, it's not old enough. It's not a year yet. Also, you got confettis on the same day. That's impressive. That is impressive. Uh, really nice. Really nice. Uh, so yeah, I would have that a bit lower, and it would make more sense. I would love to know what that person has made uh, other than this, because as always, we never know, right? If that thing is the same or not the same, like coming from the same ID, from the same concept, from uh, you know, uh, yeah. Sometimes, sometimes people that do good things in one place do good things in other place. That's my main point right here. Uh, your week has been crazy busy. That's crazy. What happened? That's a good point. Chris, welcome on. Yeah, that's a fair point. That is a fair point. I know I have. I don't have it here. I know I have. Yeah, why not? This right here. To get like some sort of a better preview, and specifically for Cat. Cat has their phone in the biggest font possible. Not really, kind of most of the time. So it fucks up my entire design all the time. And with um, Rocket Sim, I have like some really cool thing. I'm just hoping that this is fucking loading. But yeah, let me go back. Figma events? When? Where Figma events? Oh yeah, no, you do Figma events on your side. I forgot about that. Yes, 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 yes. Uh, I haven't, Man Brave. That is a very good point. But I would rather do it live than do it in video. Like it feels weird to do it in video. I know it sounds weird. I have one Figma bootcamp thing, so that if someone that is interested in getting like into Figma and knowing how Figma works, I have that exists. But that's about it. That's about it. Um, and the HP thing, Hugo, that's kind of sad. Um, and I do agree with you, Manbrave. I would be good at it. Uh, I would. I would be good at it. I'm sure of it. I just see it so many times, and it's not the type of content that I like to watch. So one of the things that we have been saying for a long time is uh, do the work that, or do create the videos, create the content that you would like to see, uh, and watch yourself. Otherwise, it makes no sense. And so I did that in the latest things. Just let me go there. Um, right? So if I go into what I have planned in the videos that are going to come up in the next few weeks, some of them are talking about like some of the issues that devs have and non-dev don't have with AI, some of the things that I have with Can, because obviously that's the app that I'm building, some of my personal life things. Um, and so I'm building these very, very short videos that I can basically record and ship on the same day to make sure that it's just the type of thing that I would like to know for myself if I was starting right now. So if you discovered that you probably have ADHD, or you probably have dyslexia, or you probably have something, and you are in a field that is not necessarily creative, you might be interested into that video that is going to pop out next week. And so that is something that I would have loved to know when I started, because it's just um, it's the type of thing that I would like to see. And like that makes sense to me. um, but then the other the other videos that I've made in the past, as in some of the videos that are a bit like longer, like the Figma Bootcamp that are like 13, 14 minutes each, these makes less sense to me. They they are okay, but it's not something that I would watch myself. It's something that would have been useful for me, but every time I'm rewatching them to make sure that I'm aligned with what I want to build and showcase and talk about and so on, I'm like, that's not good content. Obviously, I'm biased, I'm hypercritical of myself, so like that's the type of thing. But yeah, I've tried to do not critiquing, but like mainly what I'm doing most of the start of streams, right? What I've seen in my feed, and what's good, what is not good, and so on. But at the end of the day, it's just I see that so many times, and it's kind of sad. But yeah, um, and Hugo, if they pay me, yes. If they pay me, yes. But the thing is, I'm shitting on Figma Make and Figma sites because it's trash, and they need to work on it before I can just speak highly of it. Like I speak highly of photo layout, for example, because it's an amazing feature. Um, but Figma Make is shit, and Figma site is even shittier. So then here goes my payment. Uh, that's not an option. Um, Yeah, I thought about that as well, man, right? I thought about like having a blog. Let me go here. I thought about doing what I'm doing right now, which is the beginning of the stream, as some sort of a newsletter situation, right? Where I it was planned, and then Twitter changed their API cost, and now I can't. So that's the reason. But the initial thing, and I made an app for that. I made a small crawler that worked for it, and so on. And then just the API cost were up, and I couldn't do it. It doesn't matter. The point was, I wanted, because I'm using Twitter for liking things that are really good, I wanted to have something that give me a recap of the post that I have liked during the day, like specific day. So on today's day, you have like 16 posts. And these 16 posts are then sent to my backend type of situation, where I can review, add a comment and a review of the post itself, which is what I'm doing live. And then once things have been vetoed or checked by myself at the end of the day, it's just post 1, 2, 6, 8, 12, 13, and 16 are going to the newsletter of the day. And then at the end of the week, the top three of each day are combined into the week recap. And then at the end of the month, you have this month's in my feed. This is the thing that I've liked, and this is the thing that I had to say about it. And that was in the work. And then it got trashed by Twitter API cost because it went out of Zapier, N8N, Make, and everything. Like basically, it was scrapped off every free plan. And if I were to pay for it myself, I would have to pay some sort of a hundred to $1,000 a month just to get my likes in order. So I said no. I stopped that. But that was the plan. And so having this as a medium article type of thing, half automated, where obviously I'm just on the platform, I see things, I like them, and then I can just store them and sort them to say, well, this is like a product related thing, so I can tag it. This is a UI micro interaction related things. I can explain what is good, what is not good, potentially take screenshots of the things, which is exactly what I was doing right about here, right? Going into these and explaining why I think that the transition could have been a tad better if the lines were combined into their respective lines and so on. So that was the plan, but then it went away. But yeah. Um, and also you go, yes, I would need to lie, and I don't like to lie. So that's the thing. So that's one of the reasons. The other things that is also pretty important is I can't write for shit. So, so an article makes no sense or is way more complex than it sounds for someone that doesn't have dyslexia and that doesn't have like an issue with writing in words in general. That's the thing. And so I thought about doing the exact same thing, but through video. But then the more I thought about it, the more I was like, well, if I'm gonna record it to showcase what I found this week, why not just do that on stream so that you're here, you see my reaction, you have the things, and then if I have the willingness to do it, I can come back for the beginning of each stream, chop that up, and then post that on YouTube as this week in my feed. You know, that's an option. But then, as we realized really, really, really quickly, I like way too many things. And I spend an hour to an hour and a half at the beginning of each stream talking about what I've seen this week. And I'm using Twitter a fifth of what I was doing before. Like when I was in Japan, I had Twitter on my phone and it was there all the time, and I was opening it all the time. Now I don't have it on my phone, so I'm only opening it on desktop, and I'm liking like almost nothing. So if I were to do that willingly on purpose to create these reviews, we would have video of like 16 hours of me reviewing things that I've seen on my feed. Which, why not? Again, not a bad idea, but that to me would be the best way to get desensitized to the thing that I'm looking at, but also less interested because it's just, oh, it's a job now. Whereas right here, I'm talking about shit that I'm seeing, and that's fun. So, you know, um, that's a thing. Can I write a full script? I don't think so. I don't think so. But yeah, that's the that's the situation with these things. I would love to I would love to have like so much more content, and I would love to have the brain power and the allocated time to do the content that I want to do. But it's like editing video is pissing me off. Recording video is fine, like that doesn't take a lot of time to me. But yeah, editing the videos is annoying, and posting the video is annoying because I'm just posting them. I'm not like marketing them on Twitters and other platforms, which I should, but I'm not doing that. So yeah, no, I should have. It was part of the initial plan. At some point I would have the ability to hire someone to watch back the streams, cut up the sections that are important. Like this section, for example, that I'm talking about, the reason why I don't do content could be something that is chopped up without the blanks, without the previews of some thoughts or whatever, and then just post it. Like that's repurposing the content. That's a good idea, but it's just time consuming and too time consuming for me to just do every time. But I do agree with you. It would be great. A lot of people that are hiring me, not hiring me, would be interested in it for sure. But yeah, it's not that. It's time consuming in the sense that I don't have the skills for it and I don't have the interest for it. Like on here, even though it is time consuming and it's taking off my time all day, I am seeing these as positive because I'm getting something out of it in the sense that I'm getting my app out and then I can share that with other people can use it and so on. But yeah, nonetheless, the thing that I was talking about earlier that I kind of stopped without stopping with Rocket Sim, if it fucking launch, I don't get it. I don't understand why these things don't work every time that I'm streaming. I just want this thing to launch. Ah. Why now? Can I just launch it now, like on its own? No. God damn it. Well, I don't know. Nonetheless, the thing that I was wanting to showcase is that Rocket Sim gives me the ability to get like the font in multiple sizes to check if my app is working in multiple font sizes, and it doesn't. I mean, it does, but not entirely. It's not good. That's where I'm gonna stand. It's fine, but yeah. like they have these things right there where you can have like specific elements for how the app is looking, how um, if you want to like get your thing in dark mode, in light mode, in whatever, have an image like comparison in between the two. That's really useful for me, just to check, you know. But right now, apparently, I can't check it out. God damn it. Ah, but yeah, like dang. Increase contrast, font sizes, dark mode in one click, and so on. Like these are really, really useful just to check the app and test it out. But apparently, right now, today, I can't launch the fucking app. I don't know why, but yeah. Anyways, so yes, I should. To end that discussion, we're not gonna end the discussion. I know I'm gonna revisit it in a second, but yeah, I should 100% have some videos, some content, some posts about what I'm seeing and how I'm explaining it, and it would make a lot of sense. And it is one of these things as well where I am able to talk about it here right now on stream. As soon as the stream is off, I really have a hard time explaining things if I'm not prompted by a question, by a thing that I'm seeing, by something else. And it, the efficient uh, in me is annoyed at doing the work multiple times, as you've seen before. Like doing wireframes, waste of time. Like if you know the design is going to look a certain way, do the design right away because it makes sense. And so here, for example, if I were to find something, record a small video about it, and then post that, and then have to or talk about it again here, that would make less sense. Uh, or or what would happen is, let's say I'm doing that on TikTok because that's the best format every time I'm seeing something. I would have to not talk about it here on stream. So that means that the stream would have to have predefined content that is very, very specific, and that can only be your content as the viewer, which is appreciated as well, or a product of mine, but not necessarily reacting to things that we are seeing on Twitter, Threads, others, because it's already covered in TikTok or Reels or whatever, YouTube Shorts. So it's annoying, but I get it. I get it. That's me soon, probably. That's the only reason why I like this thing. This one was nice of a representation of what happened. Which better one, everyone was saying that it was shit, which was the case. It was shit, but also it was mostly shit on the presentation. Beta 2 was better, and Beta 3 is really good, but people are like claiming that it's really shit because it's not glass anymore, which is not the case. It's still glass. It's just not glass in light mode anymore, just because it makes more sense. So, you know, things happened, and that was fun. That was fun. Um, this one is interesting. I have shared that on Discord specifically. Also, yes, I do that as well. So when I see something that is really interesting or really good to take a look at in terms of inspiration or resources or whatever, I kind of share that here. Sometimes I'm giving a bit of context, sometimes I don't give context because it makes no sense. But this website specifically is some sort of a course for interaction, micro interaction, and understanding how things work. This is from Bruno, which is really good, is the person that has created that magnificent portfolio with the car that is the 3D car that runs around their portfolio. And yeah, there is like a ton of things in there that are really good to understand how micro interaction can work and how things are working on and so on. The only thing that I'm not liking about it is the fucking price. Because if that wasn't the case, I would be willing to do that. But just to have access to the platform and the community for $300, because that's basically the price, and then when you have taxes, you end up being at 238. I don't know if I like that. But if you have the money, do it. It's not bad. There's like a ton of things in there that are really, really good. Uh, that just make sense to understand how microinteractions and overall, like, elements are supposed to behave. But yeah, it's a nice thing. It's a nice thing nonetheless for interactions and website interactions. But at the end of the day, it's expensive. But it looks nice. It looks really nice. Specifically, that video of presentation that they have on that tweet is really nice to showcase everything. It's not to the same level of this one that we've shared many times. So that bitch. These two, that one and that one, have been really, really good overall. Like the transition animation practical guide is really good when you are looking to understand how to get like your transition in order and to get your content in order as well, to make sure that things make sense for you. But yeah, it's just explain, I would say, the basics of how transitions happen, what are they, what do they do, um, and why they are useful. Like basically, that's the thing. If it's immediate, not immediate, and so on. So there is like a ton of micro interaction that is showcased and presented, which we like. So this one is really good for these transitions, and this one is just really nice for everything else. So anything related to creating animations and creating navigation animation related elements is really, really good. So these things, like the same thing that uh, CK has done and shared last week, Monday, not long ago, is pretty nice as well. Um, most of these things are, to me, common sense. Again, like that is the thing that I've been uh, yeah, kinda teaching myself with. Like that's the type of content that I've been learning with in the beginning, not necessarily this one, but like the the attention to details to these transitions and animations have been like uh my main thing. So it makes, to me, it makes sense. Most of these principles that we have, like specifically this one, is if you know do that and 0.5, that transition right now of the bottom sheet expanding and taking the whole screen is now the basic default iOS bottom sheet transition. So they become nested in the beginning, and then if you expand them, they expand themselves to take the full width of the screen. So that's a very interesting thing, that this pattern of navigation was presented here and then was implemented in iOS. Anyways, it is. I agree with you on that. There you go. I think Sergey should come back to streaming, but also I don't think he has the time nor the willingness to do so. And I haven't seen him post any design content related um, or design related content on Instagram and other platforms in a long time. I haven't seen any of his YouTube video in a long time because I don't think there has been new ones. His built the course, like the coding for designer course, which I think, based on the fact that he was building his is not active on threads either, like not for me. uh, like the last thing he has, Kane, hi, what point? It was, yes. Like the last thing that we've seen from my point of view is like on the 7th, on the 3rd, so like last week. And then before that there was this, and then you have like 29th, 12th, and like he talked about Tomokonji at some point, but then he kind of stopped and just like had something in January, and like to me, one thread in January, one thread in April, one thread in June is not being active. But why not? But yeah, I'm also really sad that he has kind of not had much time to like develop Tomokanji a bit more than what he had done, which I think is fine, right? He's done that, and it makes sense. We had a chat about it, a bit of a laugh, because we were building Japanese learning app at the same time. His is mostly for kanjis, mine is mostly for vocabulary, so it makes sense to have like different things, but fun stuff. Um, but yeah, like not really active, or not as active as he used to be. That's really sad. I mean, really sad. It's sad for me. But overall, it makes sense. There was a lot of work to do, and it was, yeah, which is really fun, because basically the day that he released, um, not released, but like he was talking about the app for a while, and the day he released, I think, yeah, I think it was this one. The day he released this screenshot, I made my widget on the same day. So I sent him like a DM. I don't know if it's here or if it's on Instagram directly. I'm not gonna leak things. I mean, I am, but like not on purpose or on purpose. I don't know. What's this bitch? He also has like different profile picture right there. Um, oh, uh, no news, no news there. But uh, yeah, when was that? Talking about immigration, that makes sense. Um, where the fuck is this? Yeah, I forgot where it is, but basically we had like this chat of I saw his LinkedIn post and said that we are building the same thing. And so I sent him like the pictures of the app where it was at the time, which to be honest, it has a bit evolved into some sort, not that much. And so that was from his LinkedIn post. And this is like in November, I guess. October. October. October 24th, I had this done, which was really nice. But then we had the chat, and then he shared like some of his findings and stuff. But the day that he published the widget itself, I basically published mine at the same time, and so it was kind of fun to discuss uh, things. But like it happens. Shit happens. It's okay. But yeah, no, not much activity from Sergei so far, at least from what I can see, which is really sad. But yeah, no. I forgot how we went to Sergei at this point, but that happens. That happens. Going back to this though. um, Then, I'm gonna see that. I like the last one you had. Like the card was interesting. I feel like it looked a bit. The shadow was a bit too strong. So, uh, where did you send the thing? Right there. And that's nice. It's gonna feel out of place because it's gonna be centered in the view, but your face is here, so it looks offsetted. I wouldn't shift the entire thing by the amount of the photo size because it makes less sense, but also it kind of makes sense. However, I'm gonna say something, and you're gonna say that makes sense. Um, and I'm gonna go to my LinkedIn instead. That's gonna make even more sense. If I have my LinkedIn profile and my banner is my full name and my job title that is already right here, I don't see how useful that is. So to have like basically a duplicate of that's your name and that's your job title, and then you have your picture, and then you have your name and your job title. Is it really useful? I don't think so. I like the design though. I am not gonna lie on this one. I like the design that you have at the top. Like these cards are really cool. These are interesting. I feel like you could go for. Did I keep that loaded? No. I feel like you could go for one of these experiment situation. Can you fucking load Figma? Thank you. God damn. Everything is so slow. Me too. I know. I guess. No. No. Did I put that here? No. Did I put that there? No. Where the fuck? Oh, yeah, there. You might be able to do something like this with the outline. So you get your regular outline like this, and then use like one of the texture to potentially make it like, I don't know, either like this or like it had a bit grainy. I don't know. For interest factor in there, maybe. But I like it. I like the I like the card. I do prefer this one, to be honest. Just the shadow is a bit strong. But yeah, again, I don't think the name is a good idea. But then again, I don't know. No, this is like a safety transition. This was client had access to the previous file, which were their file basically, and I transferred everything, and I didn't really want to do anything. Like this is just safekeeping for that client specifically to make sure that I have like a trace before I send them this. So yeah, this file has nothing. It's no layer names, no. I mean layer names, yes, but like um, no pager name, nothing. Just makes no sense. Same thing, waste of time on this one. Otherwise, yes, I name my pages. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. But yeah, that would be the only thing that I would say. Overall, I would say your thing is good, but I don't know the use case of um, getting your name twice. Yeah, that's where we'll leave that. This one is interesting. I kind of had shared it before, and one of the reasons why I shared it is because we seem seems I don't know. It's a pattern. It is a pattern right now. It's been like so many people have done it. This everyone is doing this. I have another one in my liked at the top-ish, like middle, right, soon close to this one, that is doing the same thing as that. And if you are, which I'm gonna bring back Figma on this on the side because it is too far away. If you've been here long enough, you know that at some point for uh, my streak, I had the same ID, but I had it in the curve because the app has a curve. And yeah, it seems this pattern has been liked by a lot of people. I made, oh there, I've made a weather widget with it as well. Um, and yeah, like a lot of people are doing this. The other thing that I like about it is that they are doing pastels again. And this off-white kind of beige background is not a pattern, but it's also like a bit of a common theme. So yeah, um, I do you remember the thing that I shared? I mean, you do remember the thing that I shared because you used the same, but the the other ones that obviously I'm not gonna find because I can't find shit. So, um, dang, come on. Why is it so slow? I need to change my Mac. That's the situation. Um, like these ones, even though they are in French, I know. I'm sorry. Uh, this one is basically what they do. This one is what they do. This one is guess what they do. So that might be uh, what work better for you specifically, but you know that's that's what we have at least. I don't like these because they seems really off, but you also see that it is off visually speaking. Everything is kind of on the side so that it doesn't really bother the profile picture. This one is one of the most crowded and less crowded at the same time. The amount of white space we have right here is kind of crazy to me, and the amount of content that we have is still crazy to me. So yeah, but everything is what they do, not what you have done, like what you will do for whoever hire you, whoever reach out to you, and so on. Like this one is creating like personal brand. This one is creating posts for LinkedIn. Um, this one is a marketing performer, copywriter, and so they just explain what they do. So for us, for example, for the previous company was building an innovation system to get results. That was the tagline we had for a time, and it kind of made sense, and so we did that. But you know, it happens. It depends. Also, there important. Don't forget about it. Like your mobile version and your desktop version are not necessarily the same crampness. So you may have things that are not gonna look the same because your profile picture is gonna be visually bigger and so on. We talked about that before. So yeah. And then we had that for Genie a long time ago. That's also like very minimalistic, but you know, it kind of works. It's a subtle effect. Yeah, you know, things. Yeah, that's what I would say for the banner. Either you do something that is extremely artistic, like mine, for example, which is my fucking banner everywhere, or you do something that is related to your job and what you do and what you would bring to the table rather than what you have done in the past. That will just help for LinkedIn specifically. But yeah, if you follow other people on LinkedIn that have the same type of job that you do, check them out. Maybe they have like a cool banner. Maybe they don't. I don't know. Don't know. I'm gonna stop on this one. I'm gonna zoom in a bit. What the fuck did I say? Um, if you used any 3D software, you know why that's funny. If you owned a ferret before, you know why that's funny. And if you've done both, which is my case, uh, that's nice. Just to get it. I think there is a lot of animation that could be done with this, and specifically like the reaching it up, like on the z-axis, to make it like bend more and elongate it would be pretty good. And then maybe if you stretch it out on the y-axis and the red uh, on the x-axis in the red angle, it could become a cat. Anyways, this one was impressive. I'm gonna say that as a preface, but um, Joshua joined the company on June 15th and was delighted to share that he had started a new role as a product designer at an AI startup. On July 10th, so less than a month later, decided to quit because he was doing 12 hours a day um, and 24 hours updating and revision and so things, and it's just was just too much. So this is a really good reminder of maybe don't burn yourself out, please, because you know if you do something that you are passionate about, passionate, you have passion for. That's how you rephrase some things. Like myself, for example, I'm talking about design all the time. I'm doing design all the time, and I'm specifically like doing work during the day, and then after work, I'm streaming design-related content. So that's a lot of design-related content. If you don't have that capacity of just being in that element all the time and being fine with it, don't burn yourself out. Because I am weird, and that's mostly the only thing that I do. So it's okay for me. Also, don't burn yourself out. That's the thing. And if the job looks interesting, the pay looks interesting, you might be able to do it like for one month, 2 months, 3 months maybe, and then get out. That's an option, but also don't do that too much. That's the one I was talking about earlier. So these things at the top for the streak is really interesting. The design is really close to the one that I've made, which I like a lot. And yeah, it looks like something that I could have made myself. Not for sleeping, because I wouldn't do something related to sleep. But design-wise, it's really similar, and I like it. But yeah, like that timeline, it really is a pattern for designers lately. So, you know, just Just pointing that out. Like that. If you have never been in Japan, you don't really know these lines themselves. They don't look like this, obviously, but we have a lot of convergence in one spot, and that person decided to create an illustration out of it, which I think is really cool. I know that in Germany we have something similar in Berlin for one spot, and in Paris it's just all over the place, so you can't really do that. Like we don't really have a column where we have like four lines that meet and converge. They are just like all over the place. Anyways, that's a fun illustration. That's about it. That's about it. And it has done a new set of images. Yay! It's yeah. We haven't had like a lot of images there for a long time, so not a new one. Anyways, if you have an H stack with button styles of glass, you have two buttons, that's an option. But if you make a glass effect container with a spacing of 22, then they will have, I mean, spacing of 22 is a bit of a different thing, but they would have the glass physics on it. And so it would behave as if they can be liquid at some points. So you would have like the meat at the center and the gooey things all around with the glass effect container, which is something that is good to know. Again, this is only for iOS 26 and therefore will not work on any other platform. So there is no need to put that in place right now. Otherwise, your app is only going to work for iOS 26, and that's not good. Not what we want. Nonetheless, moving on. That person has created this thing. We talked about it last Wednesday. Yes. And today they have posted another version of it, which is kind of animated. And the reason that I kept it, I would say, I did like it. It's all on the feed, but that way it's faster. This is something that I could have used for the travel guide app thingy that I was doing. I'm not saying that I'm not going to get inspired by this when I'm going to do the website, if I do the website one day, but I don't see why not. It's a good looking thing. However, it doesn't work the same on my side. So, details, nonetheless. Going back here. This one was similar to the other alien thing, which I think has been made by the same person, but they are creating nodes that are more organic than digital. And so when you're looking at the smoky, gooey, mushroomy nodes in between cards, I feel like this is an interesting pattern. Pattern-ish, right? This is basically the fourth person that we are seeing doing something like this that is for a type of product that is not supposed to be organic. And like this is like crypto related, so it's not necessarily organic, so that makes no sense to have something gooey. But it looks interesting, it stands out, and if you have something that is that visually different compared to what people are used to, you end up with me talking about it, but also like other people talking about it because it is different and it changed and it looks nice. So, yeah, that's the thing. That is the thing. Yesterday, I figured out that we could extend our clocks. I didn't know. So, let me show you what I'm talking about. If you go into here, I did not know, but there is a bit of a handle on the side and I can stretch the clock. I didn't know. And it's pretty nice. However, it doesn't work. So it's nice to see, right? You can change the font sizes and so on to have something that is closer to what they had in the preview of, the glass material, whatever. But the thing that happens is as soon as I say that I'm done with this, and I say I want to use that specific thing, it's going to be sometimes resetted, sometimes not resetted, and I don't really. I think right now it's because I'm screen recording, but sometimes it's just stretching, not stretching properly. So it's kind of weird of a situation, but like it's interesting. I don't mind it, but it's an option. That's it. I discovered that yesterday. Cybersect, hi, welcome. Good day. Ah, oh, wait. How's it day? Um, this one was fun, but it's a very simple thing. That's an aglet. We know about it. That is the same thing. That's the event that I was at yesterday, and it happens. Um, I was standing up for 5 hours. I went there at 5:30 because that was the opening time, and then I came back home at 10:40 something. I think that is a long time, long ass time for an event. This one is weird. I want to say that first. To me, this is really weird. We talked about it before. We talked about the animation that they have created for the transition here and the transition at the top of these elements, which are really good. This feels out of place, and I don't know how I feel about it. Um, I see that happens at times. So yeah, I probably don't have a lot of information about the app itself and how it works and what it does. But it feels weird. There's really something weird about that button specifically because it opens something and it expands, it rolls out, like it rolls out to the other side and then expand the content. And I don't understand the design differences in this. Maybe it's just some things that I talk about it. Option, yes, but it feels out of place. So, yeah. Um, anyways, Flo is the person that I met yesterday, which is French. I know, I know. And he's doing like a lot of good things for dev when it comes to design, which is, you know, pretty nice. I wish we had the link, which is not there right here. They have made this thing, which is a very interesting project of a SaaS app ID gatherings platform, where he basically curates some of the SaaS app that he find on other platforms, and the design of it is really good for again for dev made thing. The design is pretty nice. There are some things that I don't like. I talked about it to him directly, as in that that spacing right there, no good, and the spacing on the other side on mobile is kind of the same thing. So kind of different. And then the content in there is behind the wall of getting an account, which I don't have. But yeah, overall, it's a nice thing. It's a nice design. It's a nice concept, and it seems pretty powerful, pretty useful, pretty simple. It's a thing. Anyways, the people that I met yesterday, and they have like a lot of good things in there, but again, most of it is in French, and that is complicated. That is complicated. I liked this one for the same reason as usual. We have a new tab. I still haven't introduced one of them in my app. I kind of want to, but I don't know where, which means it's not that useful. But yeah, the old tab at the top of a card compared to at the bottom of a card. Real pattern. I feel like most of the apps that are coming up this year, end of the year, next year, are going to have that. So keep that in mind when you're creating something, you know, maybe. Maybe. Um, I forgot who asked for overlays and things, and we talked about Gale last time. And today he's done this, which is like an alert that is distracting with this deconstructing the stream itself by keeping some sort of locations. It's not good, but it's not bad. The main thing that I don't like about it is that it's not deconstructing pixel by pixel by moving the content. It is just some sort of a green screen that remove the elements. So everything is the same. You can see that very specifically in that shot, I would say, where basically the minimap here stay exactly in the same spot. It's just the particles that are moving around, which is okay, but it doesn't sell the effect of the screen can't ruffle. Nonetheless, good channel if you are looking for cool animations for your streams and other things, as always. And this one was really good. That's about it. Like, I don't have much more to say about this one, specifically like the illustration at the top. It's really simple. It reminds me of some of the very old illustration that we used to have. I like it. I don't know if it's centered. It doesn't look like it's centered, but that's because of the particles. It looks really nice. The icon of the plane, however, has been compressed, and that pissed me off. But, you know, it doesn't matter. You can see that it's compressed because it's like flat here, and then there, it's just flat. Real sad. I wish I couldn't see these things. I really do. I really do. I wish I could be oblivious to these little details that I'm seeing all the times, but that's what happened. Anyways, we talked about the indent, and we kind of stopped talking about the indent for a while at these things because they were less and less, and then this one popped into my feed today, and it came back. I would have changed one thing on this, and that one thing is the orders and revenue to be flipped. Just because if you make revenue at the top and order at the bottom, you get a diagonal which is almost aligned with the diagonal you have here, which makes it more homogeneous, aligned, visually appealing, however you want to call it, and that would have been better. Personal take, as always. But yeah, other than that, the color scheme is really cool. The ID is really cool. The indent works in English as soon as you have that is in French. This is revenu dynamique avec QUE at the end. So that's not good. Not good. Not enough space. So, you know, think about localization. That will help. That will help. Oh, we're going in. Yeah, but like that's not. I don't think that is the situation. I don't see that as a revenue that goes up here. Like, not for me, specifically because of that arrow here. I don't know. But also, You have the chart. You can see the revenue is going down right there. So, you know. And if you don't want to do the thing that I said and have like the revenue at the top and the order at the bottom, you can just exchange the dots of colors to put them on the other side. And if you just put them flat, you would have the same inverted effect. So, it's an option. It is an option. I mostly like the call scheme, to be honest, more than anything else. We haven't had a lot more, to be honest. Like, we have this tabs again for the titles of things, really, really common pattern. Sean is doing some localization, and I'm guessing there will be like some sort of a YouTube video about it probably soon. I don't know. This is for Push is his Formula One widget, I think, as far as I remember. So localizing the F1 widget might be pretty interesting. And then that popped up earlier today, basically when I started streaming. And yeah, I don't know. I think it's nice. I think it's a very, very cute looking thing. I just think it's not practical other than light mode. Putting that on dark mode would not work, or not work as well, if that makes sense. Mainly because the transparency would not make it pop as well or as much in a dark environment. But I hope I'm wrong. I hope that person is creating something that I will see later. We talked about them before because, they have the same skull and we are skull friends. So it makes sense. But yeah. That thing, by the way, that there is or has been a video on TikTok or on YouTube Short, I forgot where I saw it, of two designers saying, I bet I would be faster to create these design, and they are giving each other 30 minutes to do that by using the initial thing. They are using Jordan. God damn it. Can I not type? I can type. They're using what Jordan has created, specifically the one that we already have made, these ones, as references. And if I'm not bothered, this is at best 3 minutes, at worst 6. And they were giving themselves 30 minutes to recreate this, and I'm like, you are taking your time. This is, again, once you understand how it's made, it is the easiest thing you could think of. It's 2 layers, 3 layers, and you're done. You could make it in 2, but then you have a bit of an issue with the drop shadow, so wouldn't entirely recommend. Not the drop shadow, but like the secondary background here thingy. So yeah, but that's like, again, as we said, this is like basically 3 minutes on top of the image, and it really takes no time. Let me see. Not there. You still haven't seen that. You still don't know what that is. You won't know what that is for a long time. For a long time. I have no time to work on this. Right? As I said, if you want to do this, and let's say it's 29, it's 19:29 right now. I'm seeing the time. This is very much that with also Figma is really slow apparently right now, with a gradient in the background, and then we have roughly around here the same color that is going through, so it's just going straight down. And then on top of that, to ensure that we have the element that we want it to have, let's just duplicate it, make it, I don't know, something around here, and make that a different layer or different transition. Page. Right, you have this, and to finish it, you get an inner inside element for, let's say, 32, because that has 32 is a tad big. Let's say 24. That is the same thing, getting a linear gradient. That linear gradient is taking top color, bottom color, central color, somewhere around here, right there. And that might need to have like a bit of a diffusion layer because we don't want it to be too striking. And as I said last time, because we want this to be rotated, right? Or circular, it might be interesting to have not a linear, but like a circular layer. But if that's not the case, you then take these two things, you do a Shift A to have like your containers. And yeah, that thing is going to take full radius, and that corner in the background is also going to take full radius. And god damn it. And yeah, I'm done. And I started at 29 in 16 seconds, and it is currently 31 in 30 seconds. That took me exactly 2 minutes. It's just the only thing that I'm missing right now is the icon and potentially a drop shadow. But that's it. That is it. And also we are doing it like very, very big, to be honest, right here. So that's not necessarily a good idea for the values. But yeah, like just a small drop shadow, and there is a bit of a difference in the spacing padding thingy. I don't think I care, to be honest. Yeah. I don't think I care. Done. The only kind of annoying thing that you have after that is this element, like the icon that is supposed to be in the center, is not pure white. It's a tad off white, and then it has an inner shadow to give you like a bit of a diffused layer transition. But that's about it. Like it creates a depth in the icon itself. That's it. It's that easy. It is that easy. If I wanted to have, like, let's say I'm getting a duplicate that we have this. Fine. That we have an element, yeah. Encode is so easy as well because it's not, not really using this, but it's the same thing. It's two gradients. Like, there is nothing complex about it. That's the beauty of it, I would say. And specifically with Tailwind, this is even easier. But yeah, it's just one background, two backgrounds gradient, and that's it. Like it's It's just that easy, which is crazy. The code part of it is really, really simple. So again, for the video that I saw of people saying that they will take 30 minutes to do this. God damn. I know I'm fast, but god damn. 30 minutes? Ugh. Anyways. That's the reason why I'm like unsure about um the first one. There is like there are some issues in there where the glass transparency is kind of yeah. No, no, it was I forgot. That's it. That these are cheeks. It's not here. I'm probably not gonna find it. I forgot who and where it was. That's the thing that is kind of annoying. Um, I'm guessing it's on TikTok, but therefore I can't really show you much because you know TikTok and things. Um, but I also probably didn't like it for many reasons. Uh, it was a skit, so it's a yeah. I'm never gonna find that. Um, oh, it was from that guy, which you probably know, right? You probably have seen that guy before, Bot specifically, and he had like a thing with someone else, and I forgot if it's like here or somewhere else. It's probably somewhere else, not on that account. I think it's probably on YouTube. Nonetheless, they were like doing a skit of uh, competing these two, I think, competing into creating the buttons, and I'm like, it's, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Uh, I do not know. So yeah, that's the thing. I really have a very hard time with their content most of the time because it's just yeah, but that's it. That's all I can see, and that's the reason why I don't like them. Like every time that we have presentation of a new feature, presentation of something that exists, it's just I like I I know I'm bored and dead inside and all of that, but the reaction that these people have to features we've been having for 60,000 years makes no sense. Like specifically that beginning section where he obviously act blown away by having the jankiest brush setting. That makes no sense to me. I don't get it. I don't get it. It works, right? Again, it works. There is like 2,000 likes on this video. There is probably like a lot of views as well, and so on. But I, I don't know. I've seen too much. That's good. Yep. That's what we're gonna say. I have seen too much. I wait for too long. I need to die tomorrow, or change career, and I'm becoming like a I don't know someone that they raise octopus in Japan. Yeah. Um. Anyways, delays in my head. I'm not gonna do that. But yeah, like it's interesting. We have talked about that with one of my other designer friends from France. I know, crazy. Uh, but to us, it seems these kind of people in general. which we have a very specific name in French that I don't know exactly how to translate, so it doesn't really matter, um, are more successful and more, yeah, successful than us because they just have no fear of expressing anything or faking their reactions, their entertainments, their things in order to get something through. And we're like against it because it feels wrong, and they are like absolutely for, and that's really weird. So, like I hate it. I hate this type of content, and it was the exact same thing when here, if I can find that, um, when Sake started to do these, I hated it. It's just, I get it, but I hate it. Also, Shiam, hi, work on it. Like specifically in the beginning, some of the first video were really, really, really normal because it's complicated, right? It's hard to do. But then at some point, he started to have this really, really classical design influencer type of videos, which were not him anymore. Like it turned into, oh fuck, I need to create content, and therefore I have my scripts and I have my to-do list of things to do and things to go through and basically facial expression to do and so on. It felt like so off that yeah, it's really good. Like the content that he made was really good. Nothing against that. And PG is really nice, and we like him, and so on. There is, like, specifically here, nothing against PG, but everything for the cats all the times. It's just it felt wrong. It felt so wrong that I don't know. Didn't like it. Didn't like it. But then he stopped. So he did something at some point, which I don't know if we still have it. Um, he did. I think he did a story about it instead of doing a post. But like he did one of these. Figma just announced the craziest thing, and it was like after config last year, not this year, last year. And the craziest thing was shit, and the implementation was shit, and I understand, right? You need to be the first to create the content about the thing that just comes out, which is the reason why I'm doing like live react to Apple events because you know that's how it works. But it's so sad. So yeah, that's the hate. I have a lot of hate for these design creators, specifically the videos. Um, yeah, it's I hate it. I have to do it. That's what it is to me. Like it pisses me off to my core. I would love to not have to do it. I would love to avoid doing content creation and online presence, but I have to. It's part of the job. And specifically, if you are someone that is cutting edge at the limit of something came out and you're here, um, yeah, yeah. No, my LinkedIn posts are the reason. Like that's the thing that I need to do, but I hate it. Uh, I think the LinkedIn, I just have to in order to gain traction in terms of thought leader. I hate this term, which is it's a thing, and it kind of works again. Like these posts, not articles, but like these posts are gaining no traction and traction at the same time. Like I don't know. I'm trying to understand like the algorithm behind it and what I'm saying in the post that is generating views, not generating views. I feel like this one, because I have like a link, I have no views. Because I have no link, I have plenty views. Because I'm talking about a subject that is specific. Like I have the word liquid glass in that post. I have 2,000 views. I have the word liquid glass in that post. I have 80,000 views. And I tried to do some video first, which didn't really work. I tried to do image first, which didn't really work instead. Like this one had 7,000 views, but not necessarily any liquid glass in it. It's really complicated for me, and the data in there just make no sense. But again, I'm doing it because I have to. And I'm doing that on here, I'm doing that on Twitter, I'm doing that on Threads as well. I'm doing that on my blog. Um, you know, like that is necessary as well. I hate them. I hate it. It's no good, but it's there for SEO, and it makes sure that like if someone is looking for an alternative to Anki, which is my main competition, then when they look for Anki competition or comparison or whatever, it might be in there, and therefore it kind of works. But it's complicated. I hate it. I hate it, but I have to. I have to. It's so sad. But yeah, no, I agree with you. If I could not have an online presence or content creation, I would. But in order for me to get discovered, it's the only way, because I'm not gonna go contact potential clients and companies directly. So I need to go through a different channel, and the different channel is organic discovery, and the organic discovery is just posts and other things that makes me pops up on the feed of people, which is a pain. But yeah, if you want to rant about the whole content creation, please do. I would love to read that. Would love to. But yeah, that is a thing. I forgot who talked about like widgets, but yeah. Um, the end goal is client acquisition. And when I'm saying client, for me right now is mostly like people that would be interested in learning Japanese and, getting the app and then being like a user on the app. That's the end goal, discovery. Um, and getting discovered is basically, I mean, to me, is basically the ratio of follower to non-follower. If you have 99% of the views that you're getting that are coming from your followers, you're not discovered. You have been discovered by someone that followed you, which is usually someone that you have LinkedIn specific, had an interaction with at some point, most of the time. And then things happen, and you had a chat probably, and then, they just see your post. If it's the other way around and you have like, I don't know, 5%, 15% of your posts that are seen by your followers, that means that you are getting discovered because the 90, 80% of people that are watching your things are not aware of your existence until they see your post. But that's the getting discovered. And then the goal for LinkedIn post and other things is going to be, for me, discovery of the app, but also potentially getting freelancing clients. That's an option, even though I hate it, or getting like a job hiring me types of situation. However, based on the thing that I did yesterday, which was like an in-person event, which I don't like in-person events, but I may have 3 freelancing jobs lining up. May. That's not nothing there just yet. But like because I went there, I had a discussion, we talked about their current products, the thing that would be great to improve upon, or they have a thing that they want to build and they needed someone to build it, and I can do that, and so on. So, you know, it could happen. The thing is, again, uh, French, so that's complicated in terms of salaries and remunerations, and yeah, paying freelancing people is kind of not a thing that we do much. So yeah, it's kind of weird, by the way. I really don't understand why companies don't hire freelancer more often. Um, I mean, I know we have roles in France, then you can't have more than I think it's like 30, 15 or 30% of your employee be externals, which is kind of weird to me. Because if you're a team of one and then you hire someone external, you can't. Like it's pretty weird. Nonetheless, yeah. So that's the thing. The end goal for LinkedIn is mostly discovery of me, discovery of the app, and discovery of what I can do. And becoming a thought leader on LinkedIn is useful-ish, but yeah. The end goal, though, of content creation outside of LinkedIn, because that's where things are. If I took the time to, which is not the case, but if I did, having like YouTube videos, content that are useful and seen and watched and so on is a potential income source that I don't have to think about. So, one of the things that we have talked about before, and we have showcased that, and I don't think I have that video under like you know at hand's reach. It doesn't really matter. Someone, which is a big person, big YouTube creator, has made a live stream of 4 hours, 4 hours live streams that during the stream itself made them 1.4K. So they got paid 1.4K for 4 hours and 30 minutes live streams. Right? That's what happened. Pretty good. Pretty good. Because it was a live stream on YouTube, that live stream got rewatched many times, and that live stream, when they shared the information, made them $84,000 for having streamed for 4 hours, just because of watch time and YouTube algorithm and shit. They streamed 4 hours, they made 84K. That is one of the goals. And again, I understand that this is very specific. This is a very big creator and they do streams often. And this specific stream was a very outlier video compared to the rest of their channels, but it's also something that can happen. And it's not impossible. It take a lot of time. Obviously, they have been like on YouTube for like, I don't know, 13 years, almost, maybe 10, I forgot. Um, but it is something. So creating the content itself will, even though you are creating it today, if it's something that is useful, that then gets monetized, and it's a video that is getting traction over time, and the day you get monetized and it still gets tractions, because once you are monetized, you are pushed, your content is pushed like further, specifically on YouTube, you have a greater potential reach of people and then a greater potential reach of monetization. If we go back to here, some of my videos from like a view standpoint Um, Galileo is getting like 9,000 views, which makes absolutely no sense because it's a shit ass app. But, you know, like, if this one, if I get monetized at some point, and this one is still getting the amount of views that it's getting uh, across times, which is, it's just, it's just growing. It hasn't really reached a point where it's stopped growing. It's just kind of, yeah, it's just fucking growing. It's kind of weird. It makes no sense to me. Um, that could be a revenue source at some point if people are still watching it and there is like an ad that is in there. Um, but then again, right, watch time is really bad and so on. But it doesn't really matter, right? So that's the thing. I would say that would be the angle and what it is, what it means to get discovered. I think that's the answer. That was a long ass answer. I know. I know. But then again, I hate it. I would rather not. If I could, I would rather not. I would rather not do content creation. I would probably not do streaming because it's time consuming and so on. But I like streaming specifically is the easiest of content creation format because you turn on the camera and then you just do whatever the fuck you want. You talk about things however you want. That's pretty good. You can do the exact same thing with a YouTube video, but it's just like less interactive and less fun to have something like this, at least from my point of view. Um, so yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Other than that, you know what? I disagree. I fully disagree. Uh, Based on the type of content that I have in my feed and the type of thing that I'm mostly watching on the regular. Also, this is like a me thing, I agree, but based on the fact that I'm watching it and I'm currently like not the only one. Um, this is an 11-hour course video that I'm following. I am watching it. This is a 53 minutes video from the cursor things, and I'm watching this. This is ass, so obviously I'm watching it. This, um, these are like 30 minutes video that I'm usually eating in front. Construction things, the comic explain, I'm probably not multitasking because I need to be focused on the content. Same thing for Theo's videos. The things that are related to Apple in general are things that I'm like watching entirely and being focused on the video itself because it makes sense. The entire GQ interview with the new Superman was really cool, and I watched it willingly on purpose. Like these things are the type of content that I'm watching, and they are not. I wouldn't say they are like shortest video. I mean, these are music videos, so that doesn't count. But yeah, 14 minutes, 19 minutes, 58 minutes. I kind of stopped in the middle. But yeah, so I the fact that I'm doing this means that I'm not the only one. Specifically, the second thing is these guys are construction workers in the US. They make like 35 to 25 minutes video on the weekly basis, like 2 videos a week. And this one has 208,000 views, which means that at least 200,000 people have seen it in its entirety or some sort of its entirety. Most of the people that are watching these kind of videos are going through the entire things solely. Like this is um, woodworking, watching the entire thing as well. Like, it really depends on the type of person and type of content for sure. But then again, it also really depends on the interest of the person. Like for example, this one, I tried. I didn't reach anything. I I started and something didn't work. The way they speak, the mic that they had, the video quality, not for me. I stopped. Uh, this one, I had to do something and I forgot about it. But usually when JC is doing some blacksmithing, I'm watching the entire thing. So, like it really depends. The podcast, something, the LTC podcasts are like 3 hours. Trash Taste is like 2 hours. Waveform is 2 hours as well. And I'd rather watch the thing than just listen to it. So, yeah. To me, it depends. And again, based on that, I also know that a lot of people are willing or watching video more willingly when they are like 7 hours deep dive on something. There was one which it's been like a long time now. Like there was one specific channel that was building things physically, as in they were using the tool that I used to work with when I was in school. So lathe and turning turntable. It's been like a while, so it's not gonna be an option. But yeah, like in there, like to me, there's like a ton of things that I'm watching that are not the regular like YouTube Shorts, 1 minute, 50 seconds video. And even though I do the same type of length, like 3 minute video, I don't know. I watch longer things, usually. I do agree that there is like an attention span thing that have happened. Like there are some videos on TikTok, even on TikTok, that I'm like, bitch, go to the point, because you've been like explaining things and I don't know what the fuck you're talking about until the end. So there's that. But yeah, no, most of the time, I like again, like Theo is doing like very, very long videos of 1 hours, 50 minutes, 45 minutes, and so on. And I usually watch the whole thing. So, yeah. I think the only one that I'm multitasking on are the potential podcast ones. So Trash Taste and other videos might get some multitasking at the same time, but even then, I'm still a dude, and multitasking for men, not necessarily the thing that we do the easiest or simplest thing for us to do. So yeah, that is truth. that is truth for sure. So but yeah, same thing. Like this fucking 11 hours video, it's a course, so I'm focusing on. Like I'm listening to what he's saying, following the thing that he's doing, ensuring that I'm understanding what is happening on the screen, because sometimes I don't. But yeah, most of the time, not multitasking. Maybe on Charlie's videos sometimes when we do food ranking, but also like it's when I'm eating 99% of the time. So if I'm eating something, they're doing some food ranking that makes sense. It's on brand, makes sense. Why not do the same thing at the same time? That's an easy win for me. So yeah, I think it really depends on the content. It also really depends on the person, because again, me watching construction video makes sense to me because it's fun I mean, it's starting to be a bit annoying, to be honest. But, like watching these guys do some building a deck and ensuring that the things is square and designed specifically in a way that makes sense and it's to code and so on. It's I wouldn't say it's entertaining, but I think it's interesting for me in my builder brain, not woodworking carpenter builder brain, but still it's interesting. It might be absolutely useless to you, and I would absolutely understand that. It makes sense. So, like you might have an attention span of like 30 seconds on this thing, and not me. God damn. But yeah, like that's I guess the ones that I haven't watched is this, which I've seen so many of Critical Role uh, on TikTok specifically. These are the type of thing that I'm not watching. They are basically story-based arc of D&D events, obviously. That's the main point. But I have never had the time nor the interest in their campaigns. Like I like to see their micro video shorts and TikToks here and there when something fun happened. But D&D in general has never been the most interesting thing to me. And so I I understand, but then I'm looking at what happens even here without any sound, and I'm like, every reaction seems fake and very American, which, you know, not necessarily my thing. So I don't know. I don't know. Whereas looking at design stuff, why not? But looking at design content in video, no, no, still no, still not a thing. So I really don't know. But I do agree that there is like again, a shortness of attention span that happens where you're like, some people have a very hard time to focus on things for more than a minute. And even sometimes a minute is a long time. So I get it. But still, it really depends on the interest. If you don't have the interest, obviously, the attention span is going out. And again, I'm gonna say that I think I said that not willingly, but like willingly in the center or something. I can be extremely interested in the topic if the voice is shit, if the mic is shit, if the video doesn't work, if there is like a slight delay. I am out of it and I'm quitting the fucking thing. So, yeah. Um, to me, it's mostly because they are saying things that are wrong most of the times based on my frame of reference. So if I'm using, I'm gonna go back there. If I'm using, I don't know, let's use Flux because that is one of them that is popping up on my feed at times. If I'm using Flux as a reference and I'm going through like a 29-minute video of how to make liquid glass in Figma, this is a waste of time to me. Like that's not something that should ever be something in a video because it makes absolutely no sense. Creating liquid glass in Figma right now, I mean, you've read my post on LinkedIn anyways, is a waste of time. You just say this is going to be glass and then you're done because Figma is going to implement glass material soon-ish and this video is going to be useless. So I'm not going to watch that. And then the other videos that they have are things that don't really make any sense anymore. So these videos about like um, grid layouts, the video about colors, the video about uh, like what's best and so on. Like I really don't like these. The reason why I'm not watching them is mostly because I fully disagree with the premise of the video itself. So same thing here, same thing here. Having a grid layout for your design is a waste of time. Because you should have a grid layout, but you don't need the grid layout. I know. What do I mean? So, um, if I have, like, let's say, God damn it, let's say I have this element right here, which is like a whatever, it's a frame, and then I want to have a layout guide, which is basically what they are talking about. This thing of columns, and you define your columns, and then you add like your columns with your rulers and so on. That is an absolute waste of time. If you need to know that you will have 24 pixels on the sides of your container, and you don't have the ability to just think for 1 second and say, oh, there is this thing called auto layout. This is going to be a vertical auto layout with 24 padding on both sides. The grid layout that we just made, useless, because right now, everything I put inside of this bitch is going to always be with 24 on both sides. And then you say that on this specific thing, you need to have, I don't know, maybe an auto layout frame here as well as like horizontal that makes sure that they have, I don't know, something like 16 in between the two, 24, whatever. If I had to do that with making sure that I'm aligned with my guide or layout guide, it I'm gonna make a mistake at some point. I'm gonna not pay attention. I'm gonna do a Command G to remove the guides because I need to see the design, and I'm gonna move something without paying attention, then bring back the guides, and it's not gonna be aligned, and I'm not gonna know because I forgot. It's like 6 things deep. So that video itself is basically explaining to you how to use layout guides, which are a waste of time, and ensuring that you are going to make a mistake at some point. Like it's certain in my head and in my career and everything, I'm going to make a mistake in alignment at some point if I don't choose a layout. Like that's the thing. So here, I know how to do the things better, and it just makes so much more sense from my point of view to go through an auto layout grid rather than using a layout guide for whatever. So that's the reason why I'm usually not watching the design thing, is because they are false to me, to my level of understanding of things. Also, Morton, yes, but kind of no. Uh, I would say my last 2 LinkedIn posts having like 80,000 views and 7,000 views. People have seen that, read it, reacted, commented. So, you know, that's the thing. Yeah, Grid is old. Grid is old. But then when you look at other things like Webflow versus Framer, which is right for you in 2025, the fact that this is like a 4-minute video is good. Like that's to the point, and that's fine. That's a video that I might be able to watch if I didn't already know. But I know none of the two. Like right now, what is best for me in 2025 is coding my thing by hand myself. That's what needs to happen. But yeah, most of these things are just like I don't know. So that's Flux. Flux is a very specific channel that is doing uh, non-entertainment things, but educational content, which, for the people that have no understanding or not the same knowledge as me, yeah, 100%. This is content that is really good. Overall, it's good content. The things from um, the future, like Future Academy and so on. Future is more business. Future Academy is more design. Same thing. There are educational content that are useful if you don't have the knowledge that I already have. And then again, the future has things in there that is really good, even for me that I don't have the knowledge that they do have. So there are some videos that I've watched in there that are really good. However, there is like so many design, um, like UI design channels and so on, which I don't think I'm gonna find any of the one that I'm usually seeing because they kind of disappeared. um, but like these things makes no sense to me. Um, the dumb and genius noobs and pros, these are debilitating the people that are making the design. I know that it's on purpose and it's also fake content, but someone that does this might not be aware that it's not good and might just need like an help, someone that would be there to guide them, to tell them, well, this is pretty good in terms of layout, but you should change the design in terms of being relevant in 2025. The rest is pretty nice. But when you're seeing this and this, that doesn't encourage the designers to be better. That just encourage them to stop because that's the thing that they have come up with, and they're like, well, that's the best I can do right now. And I don't know. Like you're saying that my thing is done, or my thing is I'm very new, but I've been designing for 3 years. I don't know. I don't get it. So like that's the type of content that I'm seeing most of the time that is like really, really bad. And there is this guy that is just widely, I don't understand how he's popular, but I get it. That's I have beef with that person, for many reasons. But yeah, like it's mostly things that are like weird. Um, yeah, the thing is, Xander content is just pissing me off by the voice and the content itself, and I can't really understand why. Like there is something that is brain is making connection 1 second. I know why. Yeah, okay. Yeah, no, I know why. I just needed to think about it for a second. In the beginning, I I've been the first person in his Memorizely Slack channel environment thing. So I was the first person that was the initiator of the platform. Um, I'm not saying that if I wasn't there, the thing wouldn't have grown as much as it is, but I have been one of the first to join the channel and then to share it and show that all the designers that I know came to the channel and so on. And his ego flipped when we reached 1,000 users in a way where I understand there is like a lot of people and that's like you can't contact and have interactions with everyone in the community for sure, but he became unreachable even for me And that felt really weird. Like I would at least have some sort of a, I don't know, princess treatment maybe, or something else for the first person that bringed in like at least 200 people to the channel and recommended the channel's recommended things, and not be treated like another one of the latest people that just joined the Slack, because that's what happened. So personal beef, as always, that that happens, but also the content itself has become not that useful in a way. Um, if I can find it, like if you go on the short section, like most of these things, and I do agree with you with the starting from uh, not good to good, but then like shit, that's not bad. Like it's not great, but if you just left align the content, you're good. Like that's basically all of the needs that are there. Um, and yeah, I mean, that's also something that is interesting. Right, you see that's basically what I just said. You just left a line and then you would be good. And then there is, yeah, obviously some hierarchy information, which is the point of the video. But I think to me, what is kind of annoying on this specific video is what happened? How did you do that? Why did you do that? You explain, but how did you do that? How am I, as the designer that is watching your channel for design information, how am I achieving the same thing? How am I resizing the picture and keeping the aspect ratio? How am I positioning the things and making sure that they are in a to layout frame and expanding in a way that makes sense? Like, I have no fucking information. It's the same thing for MDS, which I prefer to memorize. God damn it. MDS is different. I don't know if he has posted shorts. He has. Um, he's been doing kind of the same thing. Um, and he's done basically the exact same concept, right? They are the same goal. They are doing the same thing. They are uh, creating stuff the same way, but the way that it is recorded and explained sometimes kind of makes more sense. Um, but yeah, it's just weird to me. Like these are the same type of content, and again, I like MDS better because of I like his voice better. I like his mic better, and I feel like his courses are better, but that's also a bias on my side. Uh, you know, like that's another thing. So, uh, and it is the same thing that I kind of talked about last time with the designer that said UX, like before UX, after UX, and it wasn't at all, or the do this instead of that without an explanation, which I did as well. I'm not what's the fucking thing? Um, I am guilty of that. That's the word I'm looking for. But like it's just I don't know. It feels like it's lacking. information that is necessary, but I also do understand why it's not there. And so if we go back to uh, Xander video, not these ones, in the beginning, I don't know if we will have some of the first one, and I don't know if you remember that, but the entire thing, the super fast series, was basically explaining everything of create something, press start, let the thing work, and then once you're in there, you're done. Specifically, if we go to something that is a bit more related uh, element, he was basically saying press Shift A, press this, go in there, do that, press that. Even though it's extremely fast, it's annoying. As someone is following, you can say, okay, press Shift A, cool. Let me take the time to find Shift on my keyboard, find A on my keyboard, and then move to something else and something. And so that was informative and not just demonstrative. Oh, that sounds so good. Ah, pat on the back. That was really good. Good brain. Congrats. Yeah. Yes, that's the point. It was informative and not demonstrative, which makes a lot of sense. And so at some point, at some point, if you remember, there is a moment where the super fast series disappears, and that's basically the ego shift when he started creating Memorizely and the boot camps and the courses and the retreats and the things and so on. And then he didn't really have any time for the content creation, and now it's just like demonstrative content, which is really bad. Seke used to have the same thing. He used to have good content in the beginning and then shifted into demonstrative a bit later, and then went back into constructive, and then just disappeared from the face of the internet. So, yeah, that happened, which is kind of sad. But yeah, like that's the gripe that I have with them. It's just it's missing something, and to the type of content that I would like to see as a junior designer, like I'm new. I don't know exactly how to do things. I would love to know how to do things, but I'm not sure. And I'm finding something like one of these videos. I still don't know how to do things. And yeah, like that, I would say that's the reason. Like I go to Memorizely to learn things about design because that's what they are about. And then they are showing me design. Um, I haven't watched it yet, Morton. I will watch it at some point. Maybe. Probably. If I have access to it. I have doubts. We'll see. Yeah. I will watch it for the actors by default. That's the things. But yeah. Um, but yeah, like I would say that's the thing. Like it I'm looking at specific channels and specific design content for or from a beginner point of view. I am a beginner and I want to learn. Yeah. As I would rather have something that is teaching me rather than something that is just showing me. So a course is better. And so that's why like a short form content that is like a minute doesn't teach you anything unless the teaching is something that is extremely simple, as in don't choose white on top of white. Okay, bye. Like that kind of makes sense, like in terms of contrast ratio. Like don't choose light color on top of light colors in order for you to make it readable. And so in order to make that, You can use plugin A, plugin B, Figma interest like integrated features to check the contrast ratio and make sure that you have something that is readable. Why not? But that doesn't work in terms of reach and interest from the people. So that's why you do like a video that's a bit longer and so on. So I don't know. The thing that I have on Xiaongshan, I don't know if I will have much of these on my main feed right now. But the things in there are sometimes explanatory in terms of how to do something other than ass. Obviously, I have ass everywhere. That makes a lot of sense. Um, yeah, I don't think I will have any there. Um, I wish I could have the people I'm following, but that's not a thing. That is not a thing. Yep. I can't find it. Assholes. I know if I open my phone, it's going to be right there in front of me. Um, Nonetheless, shit like this, for example, are just showing you content. It's good for inspiration, but that's it. It's not good for learning. It's good for inspiration. You have like the thing, and you're like, oh, cool. So that's that. I kind of understand why they're doing this thing. I don't really know why they are choosing this color or these pattern for the hash line and so on. But it looks like something that I could potentially recreate, and that looks fun enough for me to learn about it in terms of that design style that I kind of like. But like it's not. Nah, it's not the same. I don't know. I also can't find the thing that I'm talking about, so that doesn't help at all. At all. Like shit like this. We hate this. But it makes sense. That first one makes a lot of sense. They have done others that I have disagreed with, but that first one makes a lot of sense. Right, they're creating these things where basically the space in between the elements is not exactly the same, resulting in the icons not exactly being aligned in time in the entire window because of the length of the text. Whereas when you make everything the length or the width of the biggest one at 66, then you have something that is absolutely even and organized, and that makes sense. Yeah, I get that. That's good. It's in Chinese, but like that. It's good. And so that is useful content. There is explanation, there is reasoning, there is things in Chinese that I don't read, but it makes sense. But they have done similar things in the past, bitch. They have done similar things in the past that don't make a lot of sense either. Um, huh. Yeah, human experience. Human experience is a thing that we have uh, talked about in the past. But that's false. This is the fakest statement I have ever seen. There is something that needs to be reminded. What is a user? A user is a human that is using your product. So you want to design something for human and people that will not use your product? Are you dumb? You want to focus your energy on people that will never use your thing and therefore not be users? Why? Makes no sense. Makes no sense. But then again, um, human experience means asking questions like, "What does the user feel here?" Not human. Not what. Not what does the person feel here? The use the. I thought we didn't design for users, but you're asking what the user feels here. I. So I yeah I don't yeah and I will always be designing for users. I'm designing for the users that are supposed to use my app, which are becoming users. Yes, humans that are user of my app. So, yeah, I don't know. It's a thing that we have been talking about and also like have had um, in the past, as in basically when we had the transition from UI UX, people have started to create CX, the customer experience. Um, the the you had VX as well, like voice experience, because that was something and then it kind of died out and now it's back because of AR and AI and stuff. But at the end of the day, it's the same thing, the same output. And again, it's gonna sound really sad, but it's kind of true. The probability of this post being AI generated is really high. And I recognize that by many things. These pattern. Emoji, title, emoji, and then text that are basically the same. I recognize that this is something that is really common, but you can just use a list. A bullet list or a dash list kind of works. It's the same thing. It doesn't like scream AI all the time. And then I know that we put the hashtags at the bottom. I do the same thing. That makes sense. Um, but yeah, also like that dash makes absolutely no sense. Right here, like no regular writer use dash. I don't know. I don't think that person is AI. I mean, they could be. Their profile picture looks really, really AI generated when it's pixelated at this distance, but I don't know. Um, um, but yeah, like there is something about it, uh, like uh, can I type? I can't type. Uh, Let's see. Uh, you know, like that's the you know, uh, sir. It's the same emojis. It's the same structure, right? Like start with an emoji and something. This is a bit more prosaic than what we have here. The M dash has been replaced with a very regular dash. That's okay. Um, and yeah, I feel like, I mean, uh, yeah, we'll see. Uh, yeah, the fact that it's just having the very, very similar structure and ah, it's using bullet point. Like that's interesting to me. Yeah. So I'm not saying that their post is AI generated. If you look at my posts, they could be AI generated as well, based on the structure because it's the structure of LinkedIn. Like I mean, we don't really have a choice. Um, it looks more human, at least a tan. I hope. I don't know. Oh yeah. I don't think DeepSeek has the ability to check that. Um, they are based on my experience, basically. Um, that's not what I asked for. Uh, that is not what I asked for. Um, I think some of the first ones were AI generated because that made more sense. It's because I can't write for shit. But um, I mean, show more results, obviously. And the one I made here, this one was AI generated. Um, I mean, kinda. I basically gave like the timeline and the things, and then we did the thing. But again, every time you see me use like an emoji at the beginning of the post, that is AI generated. Like there is no question. Um, maybe not there because that's a video, but yeah. I also like removed any emoji from my speech on LinkedIn as much as possible to not be like really backful and so on. But like most of these things are um, based on the articles that I made and so on. And it takes a lot of time for me to come up with 4 lines of text. So I should use AI to generate them. But at the end of the day, if I do, it's not going to be that good. It's not going to be that good. Khalil, hi.
TG_Khalil raided my stream with 16 viewers.
How are you?
Opia_29 is now following.
Opia, thanks a lot for the follow. Welcome on in. I hope you're good. For those of you who don't know me, hi, I'm AOI. I'm the helping designer. If you have any design question, as always, feel free to ask. Today is a review day, so if you have anything that you want me to take a look at, feel free to
Kanameshi's
share
just
as
resubscribed
well.
for
God
34
damn,
months.
that is a long time, girl. That's almost a year. Oh, almost a year. That's 34 months. God damn. God damn.
Rage_VZ is now following.
Rage. Thanks a lot for the follow as well. I'm guessing both of you are coming from Khalil, but uh, if not, how did you find the stream? Welcome on in. I saw your stream earlier. I popped in for like a minute, like a short amount of time, and you had um, you were playing with your playing with yourself. No, you were playing with your bot to change the theme of the stream. You now have Lucid or something else, like exclamation mark Lucid, exclamation mark Dark, in the chat to change the theme. That's pretty nice. Congrats. And I was looking at the icon at the top. You had like a bit of a gradient at the bar that you have right here, right there. You know that thing. Good job on that. Looks nice. We're currently debating if some posts were AI generated, and the posts and questions were speaking about HX, as in human experience instead of UX, user experience, because we are not designing for users, we are designing for human, and I'm trashing their post. That's nice. That is nice. I don't know who gave you the idea of different themes. You know, different colors, different things. Yeah, I mean, I'm on Twitter on desktop most of the time just because it's the place where it has the most design related inspiration, which is good for me. Um, yeah, I do agree with that, Pot Pot. I do agree with that. I think there is a bit of a difference in between someone that can use AI for good content and someone that can't. But um, yeah, there is a bit of a how can I say that? Um, a discrediting that happens for me. Um, like basically when I'm on, I can't really go there. I mean, no, that's not gonna happen. Uh, if I'm on LinkedIn, because that's where I'm posting right now, and let's say I'm looking at something that is looking like potentially AI generated, like basically because this is like something that is talking about AI, so I'm not gonna look at that. But let's look at another potential, I don't know, article, whatever, that is talking about something else like that. In some situation, I mean, maybe not this one, but in some situation, you can see like the M dash. That is some sort of a. Have a good look. Um, Honk, hi, welcome back. God damn. How have you been? I am tired, but I'm good. How are you? Let me see. I'm guessing like I'm not gonna find one obviously because I'm looking for one, and that's gonna be kind of complicated to get. But yeah, every time I'm seeing these are half M dashes. They are not like dashes. They are not M dashes, but you know, like that's the to me that's some sort of a dead giveaway to an extent of an AI generated post because in writing schools and in writing in general, you don't use dashes for separation. You use a comma or you use semicolon if you know how to use them, but most people don't, so they use commas. And so right now, to stand out, they are using dashes, and AI are using M dashes, which are good for print. Like this, the M dash is something that I used when I was in print school, so that makes sense. But then if I have someone at posting something that I haven't really seen before, and there is an M dash at the end, usually, it is some sort of a giveaway that, okay, they haven't written the entire thing. But again, you're right with that. I don't think that, like, example, really good example, like right there, and the structure of the thing and the amount. A lot of emojis and a lot of M dashes are to me a giveaway of GPT-3 when we were talking about how to get post for LinkedIn. Like that was the output that we had. And so to me, this might be too much. I'm sure this could have been condensed. Like even for myself, the post that I'm making, sometimes I'm like, can I reduce that? Um, no, it's not. So if I'm here, oh, I doubt, yeah. Hmm. That's the three. And so dashes, hyphen, not really a thing that we use. So people use these ones because these ones are a dead giveaway that this is AI generated. And again, most people don't remember and don't know how to do them by default. Like their keyboard don't really allow it. And the only keyboard that does allow it, and I can't show you that, god damn it, is your iPhone keyboard is giving it to you like by default. You long press on the dash and then you have these as an option, which is really good. But how many are you using though? That's the thing. Because again, uh, yes, we are prompt. There was like a discussion on TikTok and also on other platforms saying things along the line of M dash is not a giveaway that someone is using AI, and I agree with that. Like if you're using an M dash, and you know how to use it, yeah, that's fine. The thing is, someone that never used one before, that just suddenly used them every time, and five in the same fucking thing or post, that makes no sense to me. But yeah, PX, yeah. We can have a post about PX if you want. That is an option. Uh, I had a post about uh, prompt engineering, which is the latest one that I posted, which I'm sad that it didn't land in terms of views as much as I wanted it to land. But yeah, there's also like a lot of things that I'm um, like brain consciously made. God damn it, Kate. Have a good rest of your day. Have a good call. As in, I'm attempting to use the least amount of AI in my post as possible, and I'm replacing it with LLMs because that's what they are. They are large language model, and as I said multiple times, AI don't exist, right? Uh, Artificial cannot be intelligence, and intelligence cannot be artificial based on how we have defined the words in the first place. So the word AI not really an option, not really a thing that can happen. LLMs, yes. Transformers, yes, that makes sense, and so on. So I'm trying to, in my writing, get as little as possible AI related things. However, AI still makes uh, reach. So, yeah. You're forgetting the E lately. But that happens twice today. So yeah, that's the thing that I'm kind of thinking about when I'm building stuff. But you know, uh, yeah, if you forgot one, we can take in the e bank, and you should be good. You should be good with the e bank. That's for sure. That is for sure. Nonetheless, the thing that we were talking about earlier was like basically this, and I forgot. Kate kind of derailed the entire thing. These. Oh, I didn't know that we could scroll like. Uh, these posts about the how to do stuff, but also mostly like how to do them, are more interesting because that way you have the understanding of how to do the thing in questions, and you know, makes more sense. Makes a lot more sense. And we do like the outputs and the creation and so on. Like most of these are in Chinese. Obviously, this page has been translated, so that doesn't help for you to not know that this is in Chinese. But yeah, that was the initial starting point of the discussion, just because you know these things exist. But yeah, I forgot how we reached that point and what we were talking about exactly, other than Memorizely and content creation. Content creation, that's what we were talking about. That took a while to come back. Um, I see. Anyways, right now I'm looking at um, video generation. I feel like these things, specifically the one that we had at the at the beginning, like that, is either AI generated or uh, VO3 generated, which is pretty good, and that is interesting. I don't think so. Send me a link, please. Send me a link of that. I don't think I have. Maybe I do. I have. Yes. Yes, I have. I hate it. I hate it for one simple reason. One reason. People are going crazy around this because that's a crazy thing to have. This specific lanyard with a tag is something that has been created in 2021, I think. One of the first. 2021 was one of them that was really popular and people were like crazy about it. And then last month, someone created uh, a versal version duplication of this where you could just simply drop your picture, drop your name, drop the thing that you wanted to have, and then have that already ready, available, working, and so on. And now I hate it. However, this is really cool. the the terminal version is really cool, and the fact that you can have stuff and navigate through things if you know how to do that um, is really nice. It's kind of the same as um, Trash Dev, but folio number two. Uh, Trash Dev, Big Sur, Big Sur, Big Sur. I think I'm not gonna find that. Uh, yeah. So Trash is one of the people that have done like a lot of things and is a dev that is doing like a lot of things. They have created replying with memes all the time. I'm never gonna find it. They have created like their portfolio with a duplication of uh, macOS Big Sur interface in JS just for the lols, and it worked. So it's kind of the same concept, right, as this, because they have inside of the Big Sur interface, they have like an option to, you know, get stuff and so on. But this is an interesting overall concept. However, never gonna work. That's the I would say that's the sad thing. If you are a hiring manager that is not technical and and you arrive here, like you see this, you're like, okay, cool, and then you start scrolling and you're like, okay, cool, so that's animated, whatever. You read this and you're like, okay, right. And they say that it's an interactive AI-powered portfolio terminal. Cool. I don't know how to use a terminal. So they say type help if you want to see the available comments, which is basically what is here. So I'm just going to type help and then press enter. And then I need to wait. I'm leaving by the time this thing reach here. And if I go in skills, for example, which is where I was earlier, because that's the first thing that I saw here, that is a waste of my time. As a hiring person, I want this to be written in one block, in one go, and probably using like a table or something. But then, the thing that is really bad, but also it's me, what is telling me as the hiring person that what I'm looking at here isn't something that is curated for me as the watcher, because I'm coming from a certain amount of cookies, a certain amount of backtrack links and something, and this is generating the data that I want to see, because it is AI powered portfolio, right? Maybe I could just uh, write something and then it generates like a piece of code or a piece of text related, like write a recipe for, I don't know how to type recipe, but you know, like that could have happened. Um, like that is it, that's there, but the fact that that has been written, even though it is pre-written, feels kind of bad. So I don't know. Nonetheless, the overall thing in here is going to like kind of give you something that is interesting, but also at the end of the day, it's not necessarily like I've left 6 times since the first one. Like it's just, yeah. From a hiring point of view, I will never look at the site. However, the amount of buzz that this thing received, and the fact that I've heard of it, and you've heard of it, and you've seen that on Twitter, and you've seen that on other platforms, and people have talked about it, I probably will hire them without even enter their website. I would just see that, for example, Dan has talked about it earlier today, if I remember correctly. like not so long ago, I think I've seen something that they talked about it. Either it was Dan or it was someone else, but it doesn't really matter. But yeah, like I saw that on my feed and I was like, yeah, cool. That's all I need to know. Like they have made a terminal portfolio. One more. Cool. Done. Um, no, that's the thing. It doesn't. Again, uh, I have seen too much. Like, this is the first one. Um, this is a portfolio that exists since I don't know what date, but it's been a while. This one is 3 months old. The first drop was 2022 for this one specifically. And so that's the one that we have. There is like this one from a year ago. And so to me, again, like that is the reason that it doesn't really show creativity because I have seen 60,000 of them. Um, I have seen this as well, where basically you have a portfolio that is uh, inside of a macOS environment. And so it looks like a macOS environment, which is basically the thing I was looking for earlier from Trash. And all of that is just, all right, one more. So to me, the creativity, not much, and the skills, again, the skills it requires me to do is, let me just download that, and then I'm done. And I have the exact same website. I just need to add the lanyard, versal lanyard thingy. So lanyard, lay, lanyard? Dang.
Like Frank Sinatra, make you wet till you're underwater, make you sing like Frank Sinatra, like Frank Sinatra, like Frank Sinatra.
That thing, I forgot where it is, but yeah, right there. So that thing right here is the thing that we dropped last year, 2 years ago. I mean, this one is from last year, but yeah, that one is basically what it is, and you had the ability to drop it down and so on. So again, creativity, no. Uh, if you look closely at what they have created, you still have the logo and the things, and they are there because they don't really have a choice, but they are there. Can I read it? Yeah, it's kind of similar. They have put their watermark on this one. So I again, I agree with you that it's wound people for sure. And me as someone that is on the internet all the time, sadly, against my will, that's false. I'm lying. It's willingly. It doesn't show skills and it doesn't show creativity at all. It shows that they have the ability to go through things on the internet and be like, um, I'm gonna use that, but that's about it. Like they've seen this article and they were like, ah, you know what? That looks pretty nice. I'm gonna put that on the side of of my website, and then they did. And the reason why it doesn't show creativity for me is because I've done the same thing in the beginning of my portfolio career, where I was like, oh, that thing that I've seen on that website is really cool. Let me just copy paste it, and then I copy pasted it, and people were like, wow, that's so nice. I'm like, yeah, but also I did nothing. So I I get it. It's interesting, but it's not. eh, that's not good. And same thing for the fucking terminal universe thing. I've seen so many. Again, I am on the internet too long every day, too often every day. So I see things that the instant they come out, most of the time, um, and therefore things are already old news. I don't know if you were here when Denny was popping in, and he saw that Payload was acquired by Figma, and he said that 2 weeks later after the announcement. And so to me, that's already old news. Like we've moved on to something else. But for him, that was like good, not good news, but like new news, just news, just just regular news. And yeah, I mean, I would say that's the thing because I'm aware so fast, and I'm seeing things so fast, and I've seen um, this website before. If you've been on the internet long enough, you probably have seen this thing, which is one of the very interesting uh, you know, uh, website where you can print a website with a Doge with things that is basically an infinite Dogo or something else. And you know, like I've seen stuff. God damn it. Fuck. Shit. Fuck. Damn. Ah! Sorry. I, yeah, I could be if they paid me, but you know, like that's to me that's the type of thing that I've seen in the past, and I'm like, holy shit, this one's crazy. Um, like you could 100% add this to your website, and like it's kind of trippy to get your clock like this, but you know, like why not? And that's like old old CSS and HTML behaviors that just make sense and will work every time, and you're fine with it. So, because we've seen so much, and if I go on Owen's, because you know, like that's a thing as well. Um, I I see things on Owen's that I have seen before, and they are not better than the thing that I have seen before. Like this one, for example, looks like the Bruno's website, which is kind of interesting. Also, it's French. What the fuck? Yeah, it's kind of similar. And we're just running around. Ooh, sorry. Yeah, I mean, it looks nice, but it's also like really bad. Eh, I think I would be in the negative judges. If you have me as a judge on Owards, you would probably know that you probably won't pass unless you've made something that is blowing my mind. And I think someone asked before, I haven't been blown away in a while. I could remove away, but like, I haven't been blown away in a while in terms of websites and designs. Most of the things that have came out lately have been very basic, and they look amazing. Like I'm not gonna lie, like this looks really good, and it has like some very interesting animation, rotation, whatever. But the instant you remove the center element, this website is boring as fuck. Just one single thing: home, about, contact, and then your last talk at that section. The background here has a bit of a movement when I'm moving my mouse, but not too much. And that's about it. After that, the entire thing that is in the center could be some sort of a video or 3D element that is just reactive to scroll. But that's about it. Like, you made me scroll half of the website to reach this? God damn. Like, that's a waste of time. This is fun, but that's about it. And that's an old version of an agency website. Like that. I don't know. I wish we had. That is only available. Yeah, that's not an option. Huh. Anyways, so I haven't been blown away by this. I think the latest one that was like pretty impressive in terms of technical things, just because of details, has been Lua Studio, which I hate for many reasons, but I like the concept that they have here of the time of day is linked to your time of day. So it's currently like 9:15 for me, and therefore I'm looking at the night. If I'm going there through like midday or something, I'm gonna see it around here. If I'm going in the morning, I'm gonna see it around here. So that's a very interesting concept. It is absolutely useless, and I don't see the point, but like that's an interesting concept. And then you have a ton of things happening on hovers everywhere for everything, where you can change stuff, bold stuff, interactive elements, and so on. But that's about it. Like, you have stuff that are not even visible by regular people, like that, but still there. But that's useless. And again, if I'm removing the animations, like the images, because that's how I do it for knowing if a website is better in terms of creativity and layout and things, it's still a very boring website. Everything is center aligned. Most of the things are center aligned, and then you have like some cards here and there, and that's about it. So everything is in the visual themselves and the minimalism of things. But that wouldn't win an award from my point of view. It will probably do at some point because, that's how it works. But, you know. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Uh, has this been released? I don't know. Mm-hmm. We'll see. If you don't remember, this is something that we've participated in, and I lost. I mean, I lost. I didn't go through, so I don't know who won. I just wanna see. I see. That's bad though. But um, that is way too much. But I get it. Hmm. Interesting. Ugh. Uh, sorry. So for recap, the concept here was a contest where you had a brief, which the brief was you are in 2025, but we are in a parallel universe with the same amount of tech-ish. The difference was we have an outpost on the moon, and you have tiny robots that can help you do things. Um, and so, with that in mind, you were like a scientist on this moon outpost, and you had the ability to get an app to control your bots. And this is the second place. I am blown away because that is basically any crypto interfaces that exist. This looks cool. Okay, that I guess I would have done that in place number one for sure. Um, I also see a lot of things that kind of piss me off for a lot of reasons. Um, but yeah, these are the finalists. I see. I wish I could. I mean, I wish I was in there. I understand why, from what I can tell. But I mean, since I'm not finalist, I'm not going to be on that list anyway. But I'm just gonna. Well, I mean, I want to check if there are things that looks like what I did, which is not the case. It's really interesting. The My point of view for this one was really. Um, did I call that design flow? I think I did. Did I do that in one word? Yeah, no, I did. My point of view for this contest was if you are an astronaut on the moon and you have gravity limitations and you have gloves all the times and you have other things all the times on yourself, you're going to want to have some sort of a voice controlled interface that is landscape so that you have bigger elements to tap on. So I did this, but there is like some elements that just don't make sense because the text is too small and so on. So that made sense, but then my proposition was really simple, so I understand why it wasn't taken into consideration. The thing that don't make sense to me is that no one thought about, or at least from what we can see here, no one from the finalists had thought about putting their phone in landscape, and a lot of people are doing things that were not allowed in the brief, which is really annoying from an external point of view. Like in the brief, they said that they didn't want to have anything that could sway the judges visually specifically. Like they wanted to have design work done for an element that makes sense and so on. So this one makes sense. This is a voice-related, voice-contained thing, which is pretty similar to what I've done. Same thing here, same thing here, same thing here. But then these ones, the finalist ones, makes absolutely no sense to me, except this one. This one makes sense because you have like voice control, you have big elements, big touch zone to see what happens, and the only screens that they have designed is um, like the home screen and the current screen, which I'm not gonna say that this looks really similar to this, but it kind of does. Kind of is the same thing. And then the thing that is weird to me on this one is that there is no touch zone that is accessible for glove users. And then this seems to be way too long. Like these two seems to be way too long for the presentation that they were asking for. Like that overall preview here seems shorter on my side, but that also probably because I have my screens in horizontal portrait landscape shoot instead of portrait. But you know, it's interesting. And then this one is probably because they have created like the illustrations. But same thing, like if you are on the moon, welcome on in. Welcome back. If you are on the moon and you are here, these are not readable text. That makes absolutely no sense. I really don't get it. So, I don't know. How have you been, Gina? It's been a while. Let's see. It has been a while. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know. It feels weird. It feels weird. Like, I mean, biased, obviously, on this one. There's like definition, there is explanation, there is a lot of things that they have in the user flow, and they've made their screens in the presentation really, 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 really small. And I wouldn't. I think this is a really cool idea, though. I'm not gonna, right, lie about that. That's a nice thing to have like a live feed of the robot and then a live map of the robot and where they are. So that's fun. But yeah. Anyways, I'm pretty good. I'm tired as fuck. That's what happened, and then I'm just looking at the results of the Design Flow Awards, which I participated in, and they said no, and I wasn't expecting anything from there, other than that. But yeah, no, I'm kind of disappointed with the selections. Um, like I would have put the third place in first, like that. To me, that's way better, but it's also like personal taste. I wouldn't have considered this one for second place. Like, what the fuck? And then on the other ones that we have underneath, this one has a very interesting, like, design to it, which is really, well, interesting. That's the point. And on the other things, most of the other ones are basically the same as me or the thing that I've done. This one is more interesting in terms of overall layout. Like these two have nice maps, a nice design, or more like game design, I would say. Uh, but then I see the size of their things. Like I made it so it was readable, and apparently I shouldn't have. Like that's what I can tell from this one. So if I participate again next year, if they do it again next year, I don't know. I'm gonna do everything in very, very tiny, just because it's gonna make a lot of sense. So yeah, but yeah, they did something and they asked for something that just made no sense. Maybe there is another step that I haven't had access to, which is an option, right? That's something that I know. But from the brief, they were saying that they wouldn't or didn't want the thing that was proposed to give away, um, yeah, yeah, give away what was the brief itself. So it was interesting. This one is really good. Like design wise, 3D wise, pretty simple. But it's not accessible. There is a ton of very, very tiny elements that I don't like. And I guess the issue that they had was with the flows. They just didn't like them most of the time. Then this one looks really cool, but it's really like a video game, so that's not accessible. This one is really nice for the glove right here, but that's about it. And the other three that we have at the bottom are not necessarily like much better. This one looks very, very similar to the other ones, which is kind of weird that they have them in finalist. Um, but you know, why not? And this one looks like something that already exists, which is kind of weird to me. The thing that I've done was this. Do I have my presentation thingy? Yeah. I went with. I also didn't like it many times. Like I did three versions. I did one on stream. I shouldn't have. I still did. And then I did something, and then I discarded it, and then I did something else, and then I discarded it, and I should have published it because it was more me than this, but whatever. The goal for this for me was basically in understanding that the concept and the idea of your phone as an astronaut on the moon with an exosuit or like a, you know, like a suit, you would be with gloves, with things, so you want quick access, so your phone being on your arm makes a lot of sense to me. So landscape where made a lot more sense. So I did something with like a home page with voice control, and specifically when you are speaking, the AI background assistant things were recognizing exactly what you were needing, and then processing the things and did whatever. The concept for this is not necessarily a design concept, but mostly like a functional concept, I would say, where I'm going with the system knows all system, which is the least amount of input from the user gives you the maximum amount of outputs. So, because the system knows everything about you, everything about the environment, everything about everything, you don't need to do much, right? Like, the system is aware that you are currently a scientist in dome number 3 and you are requesting or you are currently doing some experiments, and these experiments require you to do some or to have some very specific materials. Then when you're asking for specific materials, but it knows what you are trying to get. So I published or posted this one, but then I also send them like the flow, which is really bad because I hate doing these things. And I did it like in a very wireframe version because they say not designed. So that's my bad. But then I did this one, which I think I should have sent because that is a very much me thing, and it would have made a lot more sense. I did like a dark version as well, but yeah, like basically the thing here was similar to my own app, this one, to get like a draggable element that is like arced, having things that are routine, like routine based element that the scientist wants to do all the times, um, and make sure that like maybe they need some water, then maybe they need some soil samples, maybe they need to go fetch something specific, and so on. And so they could have like routines they can just tap in one go, just scroll through, tap, done. Robots is going through looking for things. That would have been a bit better, but I didn't. So that's what happened. But I think I would do that next time to get like a bit of a more me environment. So as you can see, I did like this first, and that was on stream, and I forgot that I wasn't supposed to stream the thing. And then I attempted to do a dark version. I rotated it, and then I did this thing. So basically, I had like 4 days to do the entire stuff, and I I technically took 1 day per styles. So that's one of the reasons why I kind of didn't do good. But yeah, I do like this though. I do like the design that I made here. I feel like it makes sense. It kind of works, kind of. But yeah, it makes sense that they have refused that submission for sure, because it's just, eh, it's too simple. But also like that's the goal. Um, that is the goal. But yeah, the from what I can tell, right here, the finalists, the first place is full of description, full of things that are like additional content. Like there's like a persona right here. There's a lot of user flows that explain every step of the way with potentials. Like I wish I could zoom in, but yeah, like really defined action of that's a touch surface, that's an error, what does happen when the error happened, and so on. So that like a lot of details. Again, the brief that we received was really, I hate brief in general, so that makes sense that I didn't really like it, but it's just, yeah. I I yeah, I was shitting on the brief for the entire first 30 minutes of the stream, to be honest, because they said you are living in an alternate reality where we have the exact same tech as today, but we have scientists on the moon, and you need to design a device that is a phone to use on the moon, which is the dumbest thing you can think of. If you are in tech, in general tech, and you are to build a suit for astronauts so that they have tech assisted events when they are on the moon, you are creating smart glasses. You are creating an environment that is fully VR in their helmets, so that they have that all the times, because they will probably have their suits on all the time while they are doing experiments on the moon. So yeah, it's just made no sense for me to get like a phone, like a screen. Really? A square? A square thing. Yeah. I don't know. It felt weird. It was a very interesting thing. I would have done small glasses if I could have, like a voice activated smart glasses, like a Ray-Ban glasses that has cameras to see what happens and projector so that you see what can happen. That is the environment I would have created, but then they wanted like a smartphone thing. So, that's that's a weird situation. I don't I don't like it. I don't like it. But yeah, that's an interesting thing. Nonetheless. Nonetheless. So I'm seeing some ass on the front page. That is pretty impressive. That is pretty impressive. However, me being tired as fuck, I'm gonna rate someone. It's usually what happens. On Fridays, though, we are going to Clark because it makes a lot of sense at this time of day. You know, like that's the time. It's the timing. It's the things. It makes a lot of sense. Anyways, thanks a lot for being here. As always, I appreciate it. If you want to watch the VOD for some reason, it's gonna be on YouTube. That would be highly appreciated. I post some video in there if you want as well. At times, not often, but sometimes once a week, kind of. If you have questions when I'm not live, you should join the Discord. If you want to ask questions when I'm live, you should come back on Monday. You know, that's how things work. But yeah, as always, if you want to learn Japanese, I would highly recommend you can because it's good. I'm not biased. And if you want to give me some money, you can sub here, but that's not necessary. I would rather you buy something like a UI kit. That makes a lot more sense. Get something in return that makes your next project a bit better. You know, the usual. Anyways, as always, thanks a lot for being here. Bot, you won. Congrats. That is impressive. That is impressive. 51. But yeah, you know the drill. Eat something, drink something, be kind to each other. And I'll see you all on Monday. Bye.